Good afternoon. Welcome to the budget hearing of the Newark Municipal Council on Wednesday, August 5th. Council President, council members, the first department presenting is the Department of Public Safety.
Begin.
Good afternoon. First and foremost, I would like to extend my sincere congratulations to all the city council members on their re-election. Your continued service reflects the trust and confidence that the residents have placed in your leadership, your commitment to the city of Newark. Thank you. Well, good afternoon, City Council, Council President, members of the City Council. I'm pleased to present the Department of Public Safety the budget for this fiscal year. This plan reflects our continued commitment to ensuring safety, resilience, and well-being of our community while maintaining fiscal responsibility. Tonight's presentation will provide an overview across our three divisions: Police Division, Fire Division, Emergency Management Division. The Department of Public Safety represents our largest operational responsibility for the safety and ongoing support of the Newark residents. During this presentation, you will hear about our commitment to the city by reducing costs, generating revenue, and keeping in line with the governing bodies of policies. We look forward to discussing these priorities with you and addressing questions as we talk through the specific of each division. Thank you.
Council President, council members, do you have any questions for
Any
public safety?
questions? Councilman Council?
Yeah, on the police and fire side, can you give me the year-to-date spending for police and fire?
Excuse me, we have a presentation. We're going to.
Oh, you're gonna show me.
Can we do the presentations? Okay. We're gonna do a quick presentation.
All right, so the police division, the budget year to year, we're gonna go over the revenue generation, the police division hiring, the Newark Police Academy, and other proceeds. Our budget that being requested this year will be 185,815,369. 369. All right, and this is gonna be a differential of 10,957,000 and 526. And the reason for that increase would be due to salary and wages and other issues with contracts and stuff of that nature, and other things that we'll discuss later on. All right, expense justification. This year, new officers that have been hired so far, we have 47 new hires, and last year we had 86 new hires. And a part about, we have a civilian plan that we're currently implementing. And so far this year, we have hired for 13 positions as we continue to put more civilians in the workplace and more of our officers out in the field. And with that, we have already put some more civilians in our fleet management, legal affairs, emergency services unit, our CommStat unit, property room, candidate investigation, and communication, where we currently have civilian supervisors for our call takers, which is a position that we hadn't had before. Revenue generation for the police division, we have proceeds from e-tickets. For the firearm permit proceeds, the Newark Police Academy is something we're in the process of starting to generate income once we get that underway, so that other agencies that come in to do training in our police academy, that we could have, we could generate income from that. We also generate income from our outside employment unit and other proceeds and grants. Now, to break down with the e-tickets proceeds, last year we generated $14,275,106. This year, year to date, we're already at $8,392,876. So we're projected to make for the year of 2026, $15,715,488 from e-tickets, which will be higher than what we generated last year. And also, if we're going to go into our firearm permit proceeds, last year for year to date, for the complete year, we had $166,896 that we generated. This year, we're already at 148,551, and that's as of July 15th. So we're on trend to make more with those proceeds as well. The Police Academy, we have finally been removed from our probationary period. We received a 3-year PTC certification, and we are now establishing revenue generations in the way of the alternate route training, outside agency recruit training, and also outside agency training miscellaneous. Our grant hires that we currently have under our COPS grants, every year, we have 15 officers that were hired in the year 22, 23, and 24 who still remains on the department. So those are our grant-funded police officers that we currently have. And in our outside employment unit, we generated for this year, $634,500 in vehicle fees. Last year, we went over 1 million at $1,381,505. With our forfeiture proceeds, we work with our federal partners, and with that relationship, we bring in a lot of forfeiture money that we use for the department. That is no money that comes out of the citizens or from the city. And with that forfeiture money, in our past purchases, we've done the initial payment for our CAD RMS system, which is now up to date. We was almost about to lose our technology because we were so far behind. So we were able to update it, and we have the most recent system in place now. We also have purchased with our forfeiture money marked and unmarked vehicles, the bucket truck for the fire department, and also the drones. Our priority and capital improvement projects that we currently have is the list. Click to the next one. The list for that will be for our ballistic vest, our drones, our ESU truck, the gunshot detection, surveillance camera trailers, the pole cameras, community policing, the CAD RMS system, Axon, 311 technology, and also our computers. Our priority projects that we have underway and we're in the process of going to do is our first precinct station, which was long overdue. Our second precinct station, which is also something that we've been long waiting to get done as well. Our outside employment software, where we've had complaints in the past about the outside employment, and we're looking to move into another system before the year is out. We continue with our civilian plan. We will continue our technology expansion plan, and also for the revenue from the police academy. And now we will go into the fire division.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Yeah, just a few questions before you switch over, and just want to thank you, Chief. So based on the information you shared, it looks like the table of organization or the number of personnel assigned to the police division remains pretty consistent to what it was last year. So are the increases being driven primarily by the contracts that the various officers have with the unions, and those increases tied to those contracts? Is that what's driving up the personnel costs on the police side?
Yes, that's correct. Everyone have a current contract, so we have everyone that's moving up in their steps, our civilians and our police officers, our sworn officers, and also we brought over 27 sanitary workers to do the cleaning in the building that we had to bring over to our budget. So we have them people as well.
So those individuals weren't reflected in last year's budget?
No,
And what's your overtime ask for this year?
30 million, which is the same as last year.
So last year shows you spend a little over $32 million in overtime. And it's something that the business administrator, I don't see him here, but I know he mentioned yesterday that I don't want to paraphrase or put words in his mouth, but that they were focused on trying to better control the overtime costs. What's driving the OT for the police division? Is it all these special events that you guys
That's
got to
correct.
cover that, sometimes, the city is able to recoup money, but that money doesn't necessarily go back to the police division. It goes to the general fund. Like, why is the overtime number so high?
This year, we had a couple of things that were going on that we usually don't. Specifically, like FIFA was a high money generating overtime, and other things that we've had this year that we usually don't have. And also with the people's contracts and the pays being higher, that kind of generates more overtime. So when we break down our overtime, we're actually down right now from last year based on money. But if you go into the hours of overtime that was worked, we're down even more because of the difference in the pay rate. Our money rises higher than the hours that we worked.
And I just want to state, Mr. President, that during the, how many days of FIFA, you guys had that beautiful fan village on Ferry Street. There were a
39
lot of police
days.
personnel tied to that, and they did a great job, by the way. I had a chance to go out there a few times myself. But I did read, like, in Bergen County, for example, Congressman Gottheimer was able to get, a ton of federal money to different departments, police departments in that area to deal with some of the police costs associated with FIFA. And it always seems like our region is ignored when it comes to those resources, which I'm sure would have been a big help.
We actually applied for grant money for FIFA, and we did not get it. We weren't
Okay.
able to get the money that we applied.
Special events besides FIFA, like parades, festivals, like, is that also a concern for the police division as far as you allocating staff and expending a big portion of your OT budget? Is that a driving cost, driving factor as well as it relates to OT costs?
If I look at the breakdown of the overtime that we currently have year to date, if you just break out like the Prudential Center, Symphony Hall, special events, parades, and also housing, that all equals up at this point to over $7 million in overtime.
And with other expenses, like the contracts, about $5 million on the police side, what are the big ticket items there? Like, what are the big contracts? And I know probably the, not 911 system or whatever system the police uses to respond to calls for service. Is that one of those contracts that we pay for?
Yes, that one is one of our higher ones, but like I said, we have the newest technology and we're able to eventually generate money through our system
Mhm.
because the way it's set up, we can have other agencies that work within the city of Newark can come onto our system for a fee. So that's something we're looking to go into as well. So not only do we have a higher price system, that's the latest technology, but it also can generate funds as well.
And I know to get the police academy built, the city didn't have the, I guess, bonding capacity to build it, so they went to a private entity to build it, and you pay a significant amount of money every month as a result of that deal that was done with the private developer. Does that come out of your budget, or does the city pay for that lease payment directly for the
That
police academy?
that doesn't come out of our budget
Okay.
currently.
Thank you, Mr. President. Appreciate you, Chief. Thank you.
Councilwoman.
All right, I'm new at this, I'm learning. Okay, so here comes the problem, child. Let's get to this overtime.
Yes.
I need an explanation of why approximately 50 to 75 officers are making over $100,000 in overtime. For me, it equates to you never sleep, which means you can't give me work performance. But if there's a justification, I'd like to hear that. Secondly, while you're doing that, my pet peeve is executive protection. And I know we in the millions because previous mayor's ticket was 22. I would like to know what the total cost of executive protection is and who all gets the persons and how many people are there.
Okay, we'll be able to get that. I don't have that broken out right now.
Okay.
But the one thing I can assure you that we have a process in place where our officers are not allowed to work 24 hours straight.
Okay.
They're only allowed to do 16 hours before they have to break. So that's something that we make sure that they're not tired when they're at work.
Okay. And because like I said, for me, I see people at 20, I see people at 50. I mean, I have no idea well, I do know some of the names. I'm not going to read any, absolutely not. But I see that the regular overtime flow. is between 30 and 50. I'm very concerned when I see people, and this is only till July, when I see people at over $100,000 already. Unless they're in some capacity where that has to happen, we need to dull that out amongst the others. Let everybody else increase by 10,000 or whatever. That is too much money for you to adequately work for me and make. And I know you're not getting enough rest, and I know you're not giving me 100%. I don't care who it is. It could be me. I mean, I think I can probably work 24 hours a day and sleep maybe an hour every other day. But I think we need to really rally in on the who, what, where, when, and how of that. And I'll await the email because I've been talking about that executive protection. The other request is going to be that, and I know I have to send this to the administration, but that needs to be reduced. And I mean drastically by at least 80%. There are other municipalities around us. There's the President of the United States who does not have the amount of executive protection that this mayoral staff has here, this administration. And it is not going to be continue to be tolerated on the city's dime off the backs of the people. We're going to have to come up with something else. Maybe out of their salary, they got to pay to have somebody come in, but I cannot have at least 20 officers, because I know that's what the number was under Booker, so I can only assume now, and I know it's more, that 20 officers I'm taking off the street, out of operations, to get some things done that need to happen in the city. Because we have less hands on the job, that's how we allowing some of the little stuff to get out of hand.
Absolutely, we'll get that for you.
Yes, in terms of the 911 center, is that yours as well?
Yes.
Okay, so here we go. I don't have my book that I marked all up. I had about 99 of them little blue tab things on there. But this is my question. Who over there is certified? Who over there has passed the background check? And does everybody that's in 911 need to be in 911? I have very serious concerns when residents from this city call in and then have Joe, Smo, Carlos, Matthew show up at their door 5 minutes after the call. That has got to stop. And it's been going on for a long time. But I do know that the folks that's in that 911 center are civilians. I get that part because I'm for pushing the traffic, non-police too. But we cannot have people jeopardizing the public in our own 911 center. And that is happening on the police side. So if you also could send me that through email, who's a certified 911 civil service? Because for me, it makes a difference, right? Because I call sometime, hey, what's up? What? Excuse me? Not even 911, not even emergency. The unprofessionalism on all levels, but I want to specifically talk about 911. And then you have some outstanding folks, outstanding, who will walk you through a panic, because I've experienced that as well, not just for me, but while someone else is on the phone. So we got some great folks over there, and I hope I'm not throwing them out with the bathwater, so to speak, because they're not certified. But I think that people need to be credentialed, people need to be trained, and people need to be held accountable for what they're doing. Quick note on outside employment. There was a lot of issues with outside employment. We made some changes, and then we made some more changes. I am totally against privatization. I don't care who's presenting it. I think things need to be kept in-house so we can keep our hands on it. So whatever we've privatized that has not come before this council, and maybe it did before I got here, it's unacceptable, particularly if we're contracting with another country. I have a problem with that.
Yeah, we're not privatizing it. We're actually going to use, I'm sorry, not to cut
Go ahead.
you
No,
off.
that's good.
We're using the current system that we do now with Scuba and Orion, and we're going to use that within that system. So they're just putting in place something for us to use for outside employment.
Right.
It's still going to be ours. It's something
Okay.
we own internally, and it's not anything that we're going to send out to a private company.
Okay, good. And do we have the people that can operate that?
Yes.
Okay. Two more, and then I'll send you the rest of my questions. Do we currently have staff at 480 that can work that computer room on the second floor? And I say that because there's a lot of stuff going on. You never can retrieve anything from the police department. I've had 2 personal experiences where the residents' home video was able to let the Newark police know that they put the wrong car under investigation. And in this day and age when we're pulling motorists over every day. Some justified, some not, because I was involved and I didn't do anything. I didn't rob the Amazon driver, but that's what you guys thought. And it wasn't my car. So when I'm put under investigation, when I'm using, he knows he's the partner cousin, using Larry's car, for example, the elder who owned the car, had that happened with him, he probably would have had a heart attack, because the man that owns the car is 71 years old. And so we had to present video from his home to the Newark Police Department to let them know that they illegally towed the car, illegally had the car under investigation, because who they were looking for that got into Larry's Amazon truck was not me or Mr. M, for privacy purposes. Then you show us on video riding down 18th Avenue. I'm the passenger, Mr. M is driving, and you say we involved. We're not involved, as we saw the third video. So I think what I'm saying is two things. Who's running those cameras on the second floor? Who's watching the TVs? Who on the second floor inside 480 has the capacity? Because to my understanding, we don't have anybody. Okay, because prior to Mr. Bishop being there, I don't know if we didn't train anybody. I don't know if anybody doesn't know the software, but I'm very concerned because I myself was now put into the middle of an investigation that I should not have been able, that I shouldn't have been in. I have a problem with Newark Police having me on a video going down 18th Avenue, sitting in the car with Larry and talking about I stole the Amazon truck and I conspired with him to do it. It's a problem. You guys got to learn how to work the software because it's me. I mean, I've been on hard times, trust me, but I'm not out here stealing Amazon packages and I know what's happening. So do we have qualified folks? And that's my key question all the time. Do we have qualified folks working in these positions? And is there someone now on that second floor at 480 that can run that video back? Because I think it's very disheartening also to the residents to have a major accident somewhere, anywhere in this town and not be able to have the video footage retrieved. That's the difference between if I hit Amina or Amina hit, no, you don't know this, okay. Or she hit me. And you guys can make that determination if we correctly use those cameras. What we got all the cameras up for if we're not going to use them and have people that have the ability to do it? So I can wait for that in the email too. And then the last thing I have is, when are we going to reinstitute giving the civil service test? And I know that was not your decision, but I think it's the worst decision that we ever made. The worst decision. You cannot bring people on. I just was fussing with code enforcement yesterday, and I'm going to fuss with the department that I love. We cannot continue to bring folks on the job that can't pass the basic test. It's just like a teacher in the classroom. I'm not going to certify Larry if he doesn't pass the national teacher exam. He could be a sub, but he can't be a teacher. So I think that we need to be careful how we're doing what we're doing, and I need to see some more Norkers on the job. I really do. That last graduation class for police and fire, concerned, very concerned. Because I have children, students, well, they be my kids because they're 22, yours, right? That told me they passed with a 92, a 94, 90 something, and they're not on the job. How? When we just brought the whole class in. And I know one of the times we had problems recruiting, but I can't keep having residents that live here. Just because the kid live on Peshon, just because the kid live on Jella, every block out here now is a gang block. I don't care what block you live on. We done had a shooting now somewhere. We done had a protocol someplace, and we can't keep discouraging our young people, particularly in the Black and brown community, that pass the bar. So, if I could have back in the email, just some of my concerns, definitely that overtime, I need to.
Yes, well, absolutely.
Because I need to borrow some money too.
We only hire Newark residents for our police and fire. We don't hire outside of the city. So all the academy classes that come through for police and also for fire, they are Newark residents. And another thing just to mention about the way that we have been recruiting now and bringing people on through the portal as opposed to civil service.
Right.
The only thing that's different is they don't take the civil service exam, but they go through the same background that anybody that comes to civil service. They still have to go through the background check. They still have to go through the drug testing. They still got to go through the psych testing. They still have to go through everything else that we do before we bring people on.
Okay.
So we don't shorten anything because they came through the portal as opposed to civil service. The only difference is with civil service, their seniority starts from the day they start the academy. Through the portal, their seniority starts when they graduate the academy, because that's when civil service picks them up. So they still are part of civil service, but only once they finish the academy.
Okay, I'll take, oh, thank you. Thank you for that. Okay.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you so much, Chief Morris. I apologize for being late, so if I missed this, please forgive me. I noticed here in your top priority projects, one of them, the civilization of certain police services, and I know that bringing on civilian workers and putting actual officers back on the street, that will hopefully help with the overtime because you have more bodies on the street. But what I didn't see in the package, and again, maybe I missed it, and I apologize if I did, the actual head count that's required to make sure that you are working at optimum capacity with officers in every department, division level. What is the head count that's needed for each area? Is that?
Yeah, we would have to break it down because if you look in the book that we gave all you guys, we would
Right.
have the vacancy report. We also have the breakdown of all the officers, but we don't have it broken by division because we go by what's happening in the different areas, and maybe something might start occurring in one place that's not in the other. So sometimes we kind of transition around with that, but that's something we could break down a little better for you, and we'll send it to you as well. That's fine.
Yeah, because just want to know what the head count is needed, and then what's the plan for getting to that. And I know part of, some of the challenges with every department, we talk about funding, because again, we're talking about the budget. But are there even conversations to talk about a strategic plan of how we get us to where we need to be, so we don't have, officers working until they can't see, or racking up hundreds of thousands of dollars in overtime, as my council colleague has mentioned. And also just to make sure that we're all safe, because I call the police like everybody else, as you know, I'll call you. So we definitely need our public safety to be working at optimal capacity, and we can't do that if we're draining everyone at every area. So if we can get that information, I appreciate it.
Yes.
Thank you, Council President. Good evening, or still afternoon. Good afternoon. And I do apologize too if I missed this. I'm going to ask the question and just see. With regards to your fire prevention specialists, I know in the past, I think this has been like almost an ongoing conversation. Every budget season, we talk about the need for additional fire prevention specialists. I know Councilman Council has brought it up a number of times. And so the question is, a couple questions. So there's 6 current ones. All right, you're asking for an increase of 14. Is that my understanding? And with that, if that's included in the budget, it's baked in your budget right now, the $800,000 for that?
That's correct.
Okay. And what is your process in terms of, because my understanding is it's difficult for folks to pass that test to become I think if I'm incorrect, you can correct me. And so is there something in place, a process in place that you have to make sure that we get those necessary fire prevention specialists? Because at the end of the day, it's a revenue generating, definitely revenue generating. 2, it helps our businesses because now they're not waiting for somebody to come out. And 3, it hopefully prevents something happening to our residents or to our businesses that we don't want to happen.
Yeah, I just think that we need to do a better job as far as advertising. I think that's the biggest issue or concern, excuse me. We interviewed 30 applicants, all right, with their resumes. And most of the applicants, when they submitted the application, didn't have the certifications or the qualifications. They just submitted. So out of the 30 that we interviewed, only 3 had the certifications and qualifications. But we're going to continue to promote and advertise and maybe a little bit more clear in terms of what the needs are as far as the qualification is concerned.
And is there some discussion as to increasing the salary for those? Because I understand that that's an issue that comes up a lot of, or not a lot, but I know of a few that may have left and gone to Irvington, for example, or other places.
Absolutely. It's a huge concern, and that's something that I'm addressing as we speak. We looked at the different municipalities, and we wanted to make sure that we are in a competitive salary. We want to ensure that the inspectors are receiving the salary that they so deserve. So I looked at the different municipalities that are close by, and we're not competitive to our neighboring municipalities. That's bottom line. But we're working on that.
Okay. And then another question, and it is apropos, because I'm sitting in Councilman Gonzalez's seat, previous seat. He would ask regarding shared services with other agents, other cities to possibly help with regards to the inspections, since we are limited in the number that we have. Is that something that is considered or on the table to help?
That's a great question. Let me get the facts on that, and I'll definitely get back to you.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Council President. Kind of have this my dinner, lunch, everything right here. How you doing, Chief? How you doing, Director? How you doing?
Good.
Former councilman, now director. Glad to see you, man. One of my questions is, how long does recruits or possible recruits have to live in Newark before they're considered for hire?
1 year.
1 year?
Correct.
So somebody from Belleville can just move here for a year and they can be hired?
Yeah, according to the civil service website, they have to be a resident of the city of Newark at the time they apply for the application.
Is there a process, and I don't know if this is, if it's legal or not, but is there a process to make sure that Newarkers who have been living here for a long time has the ability to go before the person who was living here just for 1 year? Be considered before them, or is that not a process?
I don't necessarily think that's a process. Again, the process is that they have to, at the time of the application, they have to actually live, they have to be a resident of Newark. The qualifications are a resident of Newark, high school diploma, U.S. citizen, and a valid driver's license.
So if someone is from Monmouth County, where a lot of our ICE agents come from, and they say, 5 of us want to, let's go try to join the Newark Police Force. Let's live there for a year. Have you guys been experiencing that? People try to come here to work for Newark just to live here for a year? Because I know people who say they go to a school and they need an address and they don't live there. I'm just trying to figure out, do you guys run into that situation when it comes to the police force?
I think our candidate investigation do a thorough job in terms of investigation, but we can probably do a better job, right? And making some changing some policies in regards to that. But
I would ask.
yes,
I would definitely ask, because sometimes when things are said, you don't know what's really rumor or true. But I've heard in our local area lounges, some people who did not look like they were from here and saying that this what they was about to do for the fire department. So please, let's do a better investigation and maybe formulate a better process of singling those people out who just come here for a year, and push out people who have been living here all their lives, and they don't get selected to be a part of something that they grew up around their entire life.
so that's a good question. One of the things that we already implemented was getting fire involved. So now there's several layers when it comes down to the candidate investigation.
That's good to hear. I would love to really, people talk, so I would love to hear that has really changed in the coming future. And one thing, just to be clear, like, you guys have 1,000% support from myself. I'm sure from a lot of our colleagues, because you're one of the most important agencies in our city. So we just want people to be safe. We want people to have the opportunity to join you guys in protecting and serving our community. And that leads me to another question. Does the psych doctors, the psych that goes over, reviews your recruits, do they give is one of their stipulations, do they give bad reviews to suspicious tattoos?
That's a negative. The administration basically hired this psychologist, right? So I think they do an excellent job vetting those new recruits, but in terms of that, no.
So there is no, from far as you know, I know that you said the administration, but so as far as your agency knows with communication with administration, there's never a problem with tattoos.
Not that I'm aware of.
With the,
Counsel.
just to come in just off on the police side, when they go through the psychological exam, there's two parts to the exam. So the first thing they have to go through is a written exam. So they don't even see the psych. Originally, they go through the written exam. So a lot of people are knocked out of the process even before they get to the psychologist. So we don't discriminate based on tattoos, but what we have put in place for newer people coming on and who's not in the department now is that you can't have tattoos that are disrespectful tattoos. You can't have tattoos on your face and on the tip on your hands. We're trying to get more like the state police where we don't have the vulgarness and stuff of that nature that's showing on people. But the guys that's already on, of course, they're on the department already. So the tattoos is not something that we look upon negatively, but that is that we are making sure that the newer guys that's coming on, that they are presentable, shall I say, that they don't have like teardrops on their eyes, stuff like that.
Understood.
Council members,
So,
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. We need to move on. Can we just,
And we just do Councilwoman Roundtree and then we
yeah,
can.
can I finish my question?
Let him finish.
So, yeah, I mean, I would love to get out of here.
no, that's not,
We got
that's,
business of the city to
it's
do.
not, that's not the issue. It's an emergency, but go ahead.
Oh, okay. I'm asking it specific because so you don't discriminate with New Jersey Devils team, like the New Jersey Devils, our team, tattoos on the arm?
No, what it is they go through our intelligence and they identify tattoos that may be gang related. So the only type of tattoos that we do discriminate is gang related tattoos.
So does the police department discriminate against a New Jersey Devil team logo tattoo on the arm of one of your recruits?
Not if it's not gang related, no.
How do we know a New Jersey Devil team tattoo is not gang related or it's gang related?
I wouldn't know for sure. I would have to speak to our intel guys. Like I said, that's something.
And I'm just
that-
being specific.
They have the training, so they're the one that kind of go through the tattoos and stuff.
And I'm being specific because these are the type of emails that I receive of people not receiving who grew up in this city all their life. And because they have a New Jersey, their belief, I don't know, but their belief is that they didn't get accepted when they sent me the grade and everything that was high, but they said that they were refused because they have a New Jersey Devils tattoo on their arm and they grew up in a certain area.
Yeah, if you could you send that information to us and we'll look into it?
This was last year, but yes, I can.
Yep.
Another thing is my last thing, is there a cap on overtime hours or are the officers allowed to make as much money as possible?
Like I said, prior, there's no cap on the actual overtime, but there's a cap on the amount of time they can work. So like I was explaining to Councilwoman Jackson, is that they can't work a certain amount of times straight, that they would have to take a break before they could come back. But no, we don't have a cap on the total amount of time.
So the cap was 16 hours, right? Can't work more than
Yes,
16 hours.
absolutely.
But together, how many hours, are there 2,000 hours that they can't go over?
There's no cap.
3,000? So there's no cap. Okay, thank you very much.
No, I'm going to yield and go forward. Most of the questions that I was going to ask, I did want to just piggyback on, well, if he's going to ask one, I'm going to ask one. I want to go back to the residency. I know at one time they were trying to put forth an ordinance for a 5-year residency because it's kind of, people move here just to get on the police force and then move on. And that's sort of, to Councilman Dupre's point, and even Councilman Jackson, they come live here for a year, get on, and then move on to another municipality. Whatever happened,
No, that
I just for the
ordinance,
record, I just want you
yeah,
to,
it did go into effect.
I
So
know
they
it
can
did.
have 5 years accumulative that they've lived in the city
Right.
of Newark prior. Like weren't even a Newark resident today, but they could prove that they had been here. Maybe they went to high school here and stuff of that nature.
Right.
That's something that they did bring forth and that came through. But the only thing now, when we talk about civil service, if that's something that like Councilwoman Jackson mentioned about doing more civil service hires, they go by the city and they don't send you the list based on the ordinance that we have.
Right.
They would only send you the list based on the residents.
That even somebody could have been a child here for 5 years or 10 years and then moved off and came back, lived here for a year, get back on and go back to where they were raised. I mean, that 5-year piece. So it's illegal for us based on state law to put that into effect to say that they've had to be a resident.
Right, and they have to agree to move back for a certain period of time once they get hired.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. President. Just real quick, a follow-up to Councilman Kelly's point. Is it possible someone to earn over 200,000 in overtime on the police side? Is there someone on the list that I thought it was like a error or something?
I would have to look into it.
Yeah.
Somebody did?
And then for fire, I noticed that you guys have a substantial increase in your request. There are a number of positions that you're looking to add. I'm glad to see that you guys are investing in inspections, because we get a lot of complaints, especially from businesses, about how much time it takes for them to get their fire inspections done, and sometimes that impacts their ability to get a CO. So I think that's a good thing. I noticed that your OT, a lot of it on the fire side is eaten up by superiors. Is that because you're carrying a lot of vacancies with captains and other higher titles within fire?
Yes, absolutely. That's the biggest driver is, some of this line of duty injuries. A lot of our captains are out long-term. So, and then the other biggest driver is manpower shortages. So, but currently the members that retired, they're currently still on the books, the budget books. So until they come off, then we can actually promote.
So you're
additional-
looking to promote more
Yes,
fire officers into superior positions to
Yeah.
hopefully reduce some of that OT?
absolutely.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Madam Clerk,
Mr. Chair.
you had a concern about the museum?
I had,
Yeah, because she had someone from the museum. Can we just listen to the museum and that, because they have
Yeah,
an emergency?
I just had 2 questions.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm done. I just got
And
2
then we'll
questions.
go to that then.
Uh,
Right, Councilman.
I'll get them later. Had to get a new engine. Can you explain the process of overtime? Who gets it first? And then who's called then last? Like, we break down the protocol of overtime for the police
Talking
division,
about outside employee
Police.
overtime or regular overtime?
regular overtime. I don't know. Right.
Well, that's pretty much based on the need and what's occurring at the time. So a lot of times, if we're having like festivals, events and stuff of that nature, we try to go to the administrative guys that work in the office and bring them out on the weekends. So that way we're not overdoing it with the guys that's out in the field.
So is it sergeants, lieutenants, or like, I know you're saying administrative guys, but the way that it's broken down, who gets the overtime first?
It depends on the need, because we might have an event where you need 1 supervisor and 5 officers.
Mhm.
So then we would have one of the sergeants come out. If not the lieutenant, we would try to start at the lowest rank and work our way up that way. And then that will bring them out. But when it comes to overtime that's on the streets with the precincts and stuff of that nature, then that goes to the officers. Because a lot of times our problem comes with manpower shortage, that maybe somebody's calling out sick or maybe they're short, and they kind of start holding over the guys that's already working. So when it comes to that type of overtime, then it'll come straight from the guys that have boots on the ground already, because there's already there. And with our schedule, it's hard to bring people back in who's not working now. So a lot of times when it's in the different precincts, those guys in that precinct are the ones that get hit with the most of the overtime that's there. But if it's something that's ahead, and then they get asked for volunteers and stuff of that nature and who's signing up and things like that. So we try to spread it out as best as we can. But sometimes you might know, like the 5th, where a lot of our crime happens, they might have a lot more overtime there. And their guys will do the overtime because they're used to that precinct. A lot of guys sometimes don't want to go over here and stuff of that nature because they're getting enough overtime where they are.
And is that policy driven? So I know we're talking about being equitable, but that's policy driven in terms of this is
No.
the overtime policy that we have. Is there a policy on
No,
the police side? I know that the city has an overall policy, right? But is there a policy on the police side that says this is how we govern, how we handle overtime?
we have an overtime policy, but it doesn't break down who gets called first.
Right.
And because, like I said, it depends on the need, it depends on what's going on, it depends on manpower that you have at the present time, and depends on how far ahead you know that the overtime is needed and where we could get the people from. So no, we don't have anything specifically about that, but we do have a policy in place for overtime.
So when you talked about the
City
10 million,
understand.
the 10 million increase that you're looking for in the overall budget, you talked about some of them were other contractual issues. Do you know what those other contractual issues are and what would it cover in that 10 million breakdown that was asked for in the increase?
I would have to get that breakdown for you. I know the majority of that is the contract and the raises, but I would have to give you that breakdown of exactly where all that lies. But mostly, it's in, wait, let me see, I might have it here though. I don't want to tell you if I do not have the correct answer.
And while you're looking for that, what was the proposed budget for fire for 2026 and police? And how much have you spent year to date? It would be under what you proposed for 2026.
Mhm.
So we look at what you propose, which part of that is the 10 million increase. How much have you spent year to date?
That was, so for police, our proposed budget was, because I think you might not have been here when we were going over the PowerPoint. So it would be, the proposed budget would be 185,815,369. And last year, our adopted budget was 172,557,843.
All right.
So that's
So
what we
year to
had.
date,
And
how
the-
much have you spent?
I would
year
have to
date
give you
out of
that
the
year
budget?
to date, the year to date, how much we've spent, because I could give
Right.
you overtime what was spent, because that's something we track every week.
I'm good. So
But,
clerk, can you
yeah.
just forward to me the year to date numbers from fire and police? I know they have to get out of here. I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Madam Clerk, you wanted to, you have
Yes.
someone from the museum.
Yes,
And
Council
they
President.
they're present, they're in for time,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So you would have talked to the Department of Public Safety, agreeing that you would give them the opportunity?
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay.
Yes.
Can I say two things about
Yes.
that?
Mr. Administrator.
Thank you, Eric Pennington, Business Administrator. Just want to respond to two things quickly about the overtime. The question about whether or not an officer made $200,000 in overtime. If you're saying that includes all police personnel, that is accurate. It is true. The top 10 people, employees, and more in the city of Newark are public safety personnel in terms of total earnings. The deputy chiefs have a particular opportunity to earn more in overtime because they have mandated on-call time that they are paid pursuant to the contract. I think that contract is more onerous on the city than it has to be. I'm the one who negotiated it, and I made a mistake on that one. I will take some responsibility for it. We are looking at eliminating, they don't know this right now, but they're going to find out in 30 seconds. We're looking at eliminating the deputy chief's position because it does seem to be too much overtime for not representative work. And I have to deal with that. I will address it. And one of the ways to do that is to eliminate that position. The other overtime issue I think it was sort of related to EPU. An executive protective unit that we have now has less officers than were here under Mayor Booker. To the extent that you, council, want us to decrease that number, the administration, this part of the administration, we do not engage in operational issues with respect to the police. We trust the operational decisions of the chief. She is responsible for all operational decisions. The director of police reports to me and the mayor. The chief reports to the director, and the chief is the one who's responsible for uniform operational issues, and I don't tell her what to do.
Clerk,
Is that police and fire?
Yes,
Yeah, no, I could speak on fire. In terms of the overtime distribution on the fire, we do have an administrative clerk that distributes the overtime. It's being done fairly, it's being done equitably, and it's done by contract. So, in terms of overtime, we also look at the knowledge, skills, and ability. So the overtime is built and based on the knowledge, skills, and ability of that member, depending on what the type of the overtime is for.
do you want to?
thank you, Public Safety. We appreciate you. Council President, council members, I beg your indulgence for the next 2 minutes to do a brief introduction of the president and CEO of Newark Museum of the Art, who unfortunately has her signature event in less than a half an hour. So we would like for her to come to at least introduce herself to the council and then run to
And
her.
we're gonna bring back,
Yes,
okay, because this is very present, very important to
bring back
us.
the
And
music.
I love the museum, but my
So we're
son,
gonna come back
we
afterwards.
come back,
Is that
all right,
correct?
thank you.
Okay,
You will be right back.
We didn't need-
How long would the museum need? An hour, half hour?
no, 5
What is it?
minutes.
Okay, can you have the person from the museum come?
Is it new director?
I'm going nowhere.
So we stay.
Right.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Lisa Funderburk, the new director and CEO of the Newark Museum of Art. Thank you, Council President Katana, for saying you love the museum. We love hearing that right off the top. It's an honor and privilege to be here, and I want to say thank you to our City Council, to the Honorable Mayor Baraka, for the continued support of Newark Museum of Art. You all don't know me really well. Some of you have gotten a chance to chat with me in between. Councilman Crump sits on our board, but we are doing great work at the museum, and we're poised for the best 5 to 10 years that you can ever imagine. And I'm not saying that because I have to say it, it's saying it because I know it. But I'm available for questioning. I'm here with Shirley Thomas Ward, who is the lifeline of this museum. Do you all know her? She's our Deputy Director of Learning and Engagement, and I know she has been in direct service to each ward and really stewards this community well. So we just wanted to say thank you and hello, and congratulations to each of you too.
Councilman Crump.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. Just real quick, I just want to say that, I appreciate the work that you've done so far. I've seen Ms. Funderburk at work, and she is doing a phenomenal job at the museum, at the museum. It's hot up here for whatever reason at the museum, and so we appreciate it. And I do understand that you have to run for the program this evening, but at some point, Council President, hopefully we can bring Ms. Funderburk back to the council for a special conference, so for a real introduction, so we can really
As noted,
what you're doing.
Madam Clerk, as noted by Councilman Crump. The other thing to the members of council, any questions regarding, we are going to forward them to you, questions on the budget. So if this governing body will make sure that we raise those questions, like we raise questions to the other departments of vacancies and et cetera. So we will follow you, we will send some correspondence to you. Thank you.
And we expect that, and you will get a timely response, and we're excited to partner with you. So thank you. Good luck on the rest of the evening. It's Michael B. Jordan Day at the
Yes.
museum for the Newark Black Film Festival. So
Very
Hopefully you all
nice.
wrap up early and come see us before you go to bed tonight. So thank you so
Hey,
much.
hear that, Council
So,
Collins?
hope
Wrap up early.
I don't, okay, we'll wrap it up.
All right, I appreciate
Okay.
you all. Have a good night.
Right. Public safety. By the way, public safety is very dear to me, you see, because at my house, my kids are public safety. But, you know, when we talk about this overtime, right? I'd like you to compare one of these afternoons. My daughter's a Port Authority. You gotta see their overtime.
Yes.
It will, you'll need two sets of these to look at the overtime. And, you know, when you see the Newark Police overtime, sometimes there is a lot of, that overtime is a lot of investigative cameras and et cetera. And some, we have the finest police department, and I'll say in this whole country. I'm happy because I have a son that's in the police department. And, you know, the police, it's dear to all of us. And I just want to say, you know, it's been an opportunity seeing the growth of the Newark Police Department and the Department of Public, and the Fire Department. And then seeing John in a position where he has experience with making sure that first responders and that they're on top of things. But look, it's important that you continue and tell us, because we're here to help. We're not going to be here to erase things, and we're here to add on to what you need. So let's continue.
Thank you.
I do have a couple of questions for OEM and just one last comment for, since Mr. Pennington clarified who is in charge of the executive protection. All due respect, I'm just sorry. Since we're talking about looking around the state of New Jersey, there's no other mayor in this state that has more than 2 people escorting you. And what we have in this city is ridiculous and a slap in the face to the residents who have to call for your services while we have all this whole team. Oh, I don't care if it's 10, it's too much, right? And that's on the record, and that's out, and that's blunt. And I don't know what itinerary you have, but it's no more itinerary than any of us have going back and forth to work, and we don't have it. And so, because you make that decision with all, you know, I have the utmost respect, and I do love you, you know that. Whatever their issues are, some of that stuff need to move over to the private side. And I'm being very serious. The residents of this city do not deserve to shoulder the burden of executive protection that is overrun with ridiculousness. Joe D is the county exec. He got one guy driving him, and he's over the whole county. Okay, so my message is I don't know if my council colleagues agree or not, and I don't really care. I know the residents of this city demand better service. We need response, and all of those people don't need to be assigned to be sitting at somebody's house, to be sitting over here, to be walking in the supermarket, to be making sure. No. We don't have that. And guess what? The same complaints they have for the mayor, they got the same complaints for the council. When we go in the supermarket, although, you know, some of mine is a little different, but I get the complaints too. When we go in the supermarket, when we go to places, we get the same energy. And so I'm just cautioning us. I'm just really cautioning us, because as a council person, I am outraged at the amount of money, even under the book administration, that we sent on executive protection. This is not Washington, D.C. This is not. And if people are uncomfortable in their position, go somewhere else. Because elected officials should not have to have bodyguards. I'm just being very serious. I could see one officer driving. I could see that. I could see maybe one driving and one in the back. Okay. But when you get past and 3 and 4 and the car following, it's a little too much. And I'm not allowing that in my police budget now that I have something to say about it. So that's my part.
Donna, I was there one time, and just tell you that the office of the mayor brings a lot of, you can't compare it to sheriff and county exec. You're dealing with people who threaten you every given day and threaten your family. And sometimes the executive protection is important. I witnessed it because of the hate letters that came in when I was a short time as mayor. I realized that the executive protection is important because you become a target once you're a mayor of a large city as such. And, and you know that your father, Sharp Mayor James, had to have that too, because it was at the house. How someone has to be at the house because there's those times that become serious when you get calls that something may happen to you. There's always somebody trying to harass you at a given place. An employee who's disgruntled and upset because he didn't get what he wanted. They come to your house. So again, I think executive protection is important. I see it as when a person who was there for 9 months. It was important to me because I was getting letters and I was not even the elected mayor. I was just the appointed, and serving the term. And it was really tough at that time, dealing with, we know where you live, we know where your house is. And, you sit in the office across the hall and you start thinking, when somebody's telling you that we know where you live and what time your wife comes home, what time your kids come home, you have to have that protection. Then at the time we had the gang, different groups of gangs who were threatening. They said, we'll get you. So again, we got to look at it. And I think I had executive protection at a given time. Not that I needed a lot, but I needed it because, again, the concern of my family. So I just want to protect
No,
us. That's
I
a
got you.
friendly.
I understand. I'm just talking about the manpower. I accept that, and I accept the threats that come with the job. But if that's the case, then all of us need it. And so what I'm saying is, I don't want it. I don't need it because I live in the city. If I got a beef, I'ma handle it.
I'll go with you.
But I just don't want us to keep, the amount of people is ridiculous. The people in the community can see that, and it's not a good look. It's not, I get the threats are, but sometimes, some of that threat comes from, we ain't gonna go. I just need that, I need that
So
reduced.
I just wanted to say something real quick. I respect my colleague's opinion, but we also have to take into account, Councilwoman, we had 3 council members killed in other cities in the last 2 years. Killed. I take that very serious because I believe Newark is rougher than those cities that they were killed in, right? And I say this because I don't feel unprotected in this city, but I've had people put my house on Facebook with my wife and my child. And if it's going to take me out of my character, I would rather have protection. And I don't have protection. We don't have protection as council. But I've had people put my house on Facebook, say disparaging things in the same house that I got my children and my wife in. And they would want me to have protection. That's all I would say.
Councilman Ramos and then Councilwoman Roundtree.
Yeah, I don't want to get into this rabbit hole, but I just want to say that I can't get the police to secure my parking spot in front of City Hall. most of the time.
We tried.
That's the real issue,
So you
right?
gotta get the
Minimal
parking
protection
authority.
I'm asking for.
Talk to the BA about that.
But I do
That's the real
believe, my colleague has a point. We're talking about a situation where, limited police resources. And I think it's important for all of us, when we ask for information, to get it. I don't think it's personal. I don't think anybody's trying to not protect the mayor. I definitely agree that the mayor should have executive protection, but we need to better understand, like, how many people have executive protection, how many officers are detailed to those individuals, how much overtime is being expended on those details. It's an expense, right? Like, we run a city, we have expenses, we're accountable to the taxpayers. And I think when you ask those kind of questions, people shouldn't take it personal. It's just,
Right.
she has a right as a councilwoman to ask those questions so that we could all better understand how resources are being deployed. So that's my 2 cents.
Councilwoman Roundtree.
No, I just wanted to say, from as far back as I can remember in City Hall, there's been EPU. Even a couple of our council members that have had threats on their life were assigned EPU or detectives or sergeants to travel with them. Growing up around Mayor James, there were people sitting at his house. There were 2 people traveling with him, and I've never seen in this administration more than 2. So I don't know what other people are seeing. I've seen the one and the other maybe behind, whatever that is, which is what you said. You said one with him and one in the back. So I've never seen more than that, so I don't know what type of report, but I would believe, being an elected official, as I stated, there were council people that had to be assigned because of threats on them at some point, which took away manpower to cover council people. We just Newark folk that can whatever. But I just want us to be real clear on the facts of what we see in 2026 as opposed to 1986, because the same thing was going on in 1986. And there was a rotating, if I'm not mistaken, nobody works 4 days a week and make overtime with EPU. I don't know. That would be something you would report to Councilwoman that asks. But I think they work the 16 hours as you stated. And then, am I correct?
Correct.
And then there's a turnover in manpower for who's going to cover. Because you also don't want nobody to be coming up on you with a gun, Councilman Council and Councilman Bay, and the person has been up for 24 hours with you or 16 hours, and you're not able to respond to anybody around you, because while he's working, people around him are still under threat as well. So if somebody comes for me and I'm standing next to someone that someone has a ought with, we all in trouble at the time. So these people are trained for whatever circle you're in to protect. So I don't know about the new and whatever Councilwoman Jackson is asking for, but I don't think this is anything new. And maybe you can explain that if it is.
Right. Well, I mean, we'll have the information, of
For
course.
Councilwoman
For
Jackson.
Councilwoman Jackson and the rest of you also. And as was stated by the BA, the EPU now is less than even when Booker was
It
here.
is.
It's a lot less, and people don't realize, because he didn't even have family in the city.
That's right.
And he had more
20.
people on his EPU than we do now.
Mr. Chair.
And I think we just, we want to make sure that our mayor is protected, because we're blessed that he decided to stay in the city, in the neighborhood, to make sure that he was a part of the neighborhood. And we want to make sure that a part of that is that he is protected.
We all agree. We all agree. Now back to regularly televised, Snowman. The permit increase for the firearm permits, what was the number this year compared to last year? Yeah, firearm permits.
Oh, firearm
Yeah,
permits,
what
I'm
was,
sorry.
yeah.
I heard
the-
fire and I'm like,
So the number of permits from last year, what was the number of permits this year? And then
okay, I
what,
have the amount, so I would have to give you the actual permits.
right?
Because I know they were back a lot at one point this year. And we had a couple of guys that we assigned over to that unit to make sure that they caught up. So right now, we don't have backlog into last year like we had at previously. So right now, we're up to date, maybe a month or so behind. But for us, that's really great, because there was a time when we were working the year prior.
Yeah, so if we know the plus minus of what those, permit numbers look like, obviously because they're going up, but then that just tells us that there are more people that are applying for firearms, right? So it would be good for us to know what that number looks like in terms of the increase. Then in your training line for fire and police, how much have you allocated for not just internal, police training, but outside police training for in your training line? The number from last year to this year, what does that number look like that you budgeted for?
All right, so with the permits, you're correct that it went up a lot because the law changed where more people are allowed to have weapons. So once that law changed, we started getting permit requests in tenfold. So we definitely have a lot more permits being requested now than we had previously before the change in the law. So that information I'll have for you. And the other one, the training line, do you want me to send you something, kind of break it down? Or
Yeah, I mean,
want
you
the
should have,
basic of
you
what
should
we
have,
now?
you should have the information
All right.
in your budget presentation about how much you've allocated for training.
I could tell you how much that we have on the budget
much
line, but
yeah.
not what we've used so far
Right,
this
so
year.
what did you budget? What did you budget for?
Okay, I would have to find that exact line.
Right, so
Give me a
just
minute.
forward me that information.
Yeah, because
about
as you
that,
know, our
yeah.
budget's pretty, intense, so I would have to.
How many
find that
number
exact
of
line.
police officers do we have currently staffed?
Police officers right now, I believe it's 1079, but let me give you the exact number.
And how many number of firefighters do we currently have staffed?
Total number of firefighters that we currently have is 468.
460 firefighters,
468.
468,
And police is 1079.
and police is 1079.
Yes.
Gotcha. Thank you. I'm good.
Okay. Two quick things, two for OEM and just one across the board. Where are we lacking at in equipment? I'm talking about from tape to trucks and cars. I was very upset. I was down here about 3 weeks ago. A detective was responding to something for us. Amen, thank him. Hopped in the car, pulled out the parking space, and the car cut off. Unacceptable. I know it's not personal to anybody here, but unacceptable that we have equipment that does not work. He could have been responding to any one of us, any situation, and for the cars that's parked on the street not to work, what do we need to do? Do we need to vet out some of the older ones? Do we need to get some of those cars that we got sitting up there in the parking deck, washed off and get them on the street? Just, you don't have to answer it now, just give me an overview
Right.
because.
I know with the police cars, we always change them up because they run 24 hours a day.
Absolutely.
So our cars go down a lot.
Yes, ma'am.
So we're always re-upping our fleet that we have. And of course, we have our own fleet department, so we try to fix what we can.
Right.
But a lot of times we cannot. So we're always renewing our vehicles.
Okay.
Doing leases and such, any way that we could kind of save to get enough in there.
Right.
We try to do was it the words, not electric, but the hybrids.
Right.
So we even try to do the hybrids and stuff like that of that nature to kind of, bring it up to date. But our problem is that we have a lot of vehicle accidents, which I know has come up before in the council. And that's something that we work on as well, because what we do have is a very young department.
Yes.
In the process of having a young department, the police car sometimes is their first car.
Yep.
So we're always, like I said, they're getting ran in the ground and we're always getting more vehicles. So that's something we do almost every year is we try to renew the vehicles.
Okay, so equipment, I'm also talking about crossing guards. I know it's not before us today, but I need to see something in the budget for these crossing guards to have walkie-talkies where they can get immediate contact.
Right, we're in the
Because-
process now of
Okay.
recruiting to bring on more crossing guards.
Yes.
Because as you know, the school year is starting up.
Right.
And we have a lot of guys, it's a high turnover with the crossing
Mhm,
guards. So
mhm.
that's one of those positions we're always hiring in.
Right.
And right now, we're having to push out now to try to get more crossing guards in before the new school year.
Right, so you all just heard that out there in the land during the budget hearing. We're also doing a super hiring here. We need crossing guards ASAP. Stop by any precinct and pick up the application. And I think it's also online, correct?
Yes,
Okay,
absolutely.
it's online and stop by any police station. I'll print them out and drop them off because I know paper is an issue. Same for the fire department. Just real quick before we go on, is our helicopter working now? I know it was down
Yes, it's up
for,
and running. It's up
it's
and
back
running.
working? Okay, because
It
I
is up and running.
was gonna
But on-
lend a few dollars to get it fixed. Amen.
But on the fire side, we definitely have a need for additional apparatuses.
Okay.
We're currently looking to purchase 2 engines and 2 trucks at this time.
Okay.
We're going through a leasing program, so we should be seeing something really, really soon. But most of the apparatus that we have are not NFPA standard, and they're not up to code. They're not up to NFPA standards. So
Okay.
most of them are over 15 to 20 years old. So
Right.
we're definitely in
Gotta
dire
fix it.
need of new apparatus.
Okay, so I think we need to, Mr. P, you and I will put our heads together. We'll work that out. Find a philanthropic dollar to help us out with that, sir.
Since you called my name.
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Respond real quickly. The fire apparatus is in process of being increased. Fortunately, through the efforts of Senator Ruiz and others, working with Mayor Baraka, there is a new fee that is assessed to hotel usage where $3 per night goes specifically for use by the fire department. Because of that, the fire department now is in the process of ordering, I believe, two tankers and a ladder truck, and it will be paid for from that fund. So they don't need an increase in their budget for that equipment, but they may need other adjustments to the budget, but not for that.
Okay, thank you, so good. So in terms of hoses and, I know it's little stuff, but I know, in the years, I've had to take the yellow tape out of my car. It's not ever a problem because I stay at Home Depot. but do we have what we need? Do we have the defibrillators? Do we have a fire extinguisher? I know the new team was working hard to make sure those are inside the police cars. Are we where we need to be? Do we need to order extra? Because that 1 second, and we've lost a lot of staff. So I just want to say that if you got to respond to me, if you have to respond to the chief, if you have to respond to Director James, if you have to respond to my friends here in the second row from the PD department, I want us to be able to get there, and I want everything to be working. If it's a fire extinguisher, defibrillator, whatever we need, I need it to be working. Do we have, and if we don't, please tell me, because I'll go get the money. Do we have all of that stuff in the back of every police car right now today?
In terms of needs assessment, we do have hoses and nozzles and
Okay.
appliances.
Okay.
So we apply for grants,
Right.
AFG grants and several types of grants to be able to purchase all the needs, all the tools and
Okay.
equipment that we need. So we're definitely.
Right, because I know at the boat fire thingy and a couple of times we've had I know it's low pressure as well, so I can't put it all on the fire department, but do we have the adequate hoses? Because I remember 2-inch and we needed to have 4-inch.
No,
So
we have
are
the adequate
we-
hose. We definitely do.
We
Thank
good?
you.
Just want to make sure.
Thank you.
Another question?
Are you all right with the tape over there and the
Yeah,
little yellow, look, and the
So,
little yellow markers for crime scene? Because I know one time I saw some cups out there.
So what it is, like each of our officers, as they go out, they're supposed to inspect their vehicles. So we
Okay.
wouldn't know offhand. Each vehicle that doesn't have anything is up to
Okay.
the officers to let us know. So sometimes they may not accurately tell us what they need until, like you said, there's a day out in the street
Okay.
when they realize they need something.
Gotcha.
So we depend on our officers to let us know
Okay.
what it is that they need, and they're supposed to do an inspection every day when they go to their vehicle. So as far as I know,
Gotcha.
everything it should be there.
Okay.
But if it's not, then that's something that we would have to, make sure that our captains are letting us know through their
My
office.
last public service announcement to the NPD and the NFD. If you guys don't have everything on the truck, if you don't have it in the back of the police car, please send a email to the chief. And if she needs $12 more, I'll be more than happy. Mr. Pennington, you didn't hear that. I'll be more than happy to plug it in. Now to Mr. James, Director OEM. We are in the middle of a storm season. Between public service and the city, we did the best we could with what we have. I need you to tell me what we need, but I also need to tell me how many generators do we have on hand? Because I know per region, PSE&G are supposed to have 50,000 and they do not. When we lose power, we need to be able to help some folks get the power back. Now, a generator probably would not have helped that family on Grumman when the tree fell into their home. But when we had that power outage, because we hired someone who doesn't know what they're doing and they knocked that power out in the South Ward, building that new precinct where the old precinct was, we needed some generators at that point and we didn't have them. So do we have, how many do we have? What do we need? And I know I need to deal with DPW with the trees and things like that, but what does OEM have to supplement DPW when we have a storm like we had? Once PSE&G gets the power off, we need to be able to do that. Because I was there when, I'll just use this last example, and this is my last question, Council colleague. The tree fell in front of the apartment building in Hillside.
Yes.
When that fire truck pulled up from Hillside, they had 3 saws on that truck. Them firefighters jumped down. They was looking for permission to cut the tree. I said, well, I'm the councilwoman, I guess. I text Big M and said, look, they need permission. I think you granted. I don't know. Cut the tree. It was our tree. It fell across the street, which means it landed in Hillside, but it was blocking the door. So I just need to know what we need to make it happen. So close your eyes. We in the Mega Millions ball here. We winning. We got $1 billion. What you need?
Every department needs something, but honestly, Councilwoman, let me talk about the protocol. First of all, in an incident like that, whenever it's electric, PSE&G is gonna have to respond. We do not touch, fire does not touch, we cordon off the area, we make sure residents don't get injured by coming in live wires. We do not come out there with generators. And if we know what the power is gonna be out for a significant amount of time, then we look at relocation. That's primarily the landlord or the homeowner's responsibility. We don't, hook up their house to a generator. It just doesn't work that way.
Okay.
But All of our equipment at OEM is purchased through UASI funding. And so that equipment is roughly, we're talking about 11 to 14 years old. So we're going to be looking at some of that stuff being in disrepair, but we do keep it up to code. We send it for regular servicing, and we use it majority right now on most of the music festivals or outdoor events that the city has. So we know it actually works. We don't want a generator sitting somewhere for 10 years, haven't used it at all. That's what we do right now. But we have a multitude of generators. There are about 4 big ones, and we have a lot of portable ones which we use throughout the city. That's currently what we do right now, but we don't jump up there on the
No,
wires.
I
We
want you
let
to.
PSCG send their
Right.
people out, and my job is to get them out there as fast as possible.
Okay, I know they were a little slow, don't worry, I took care of that with my email. On this last storm, where we had all that damage all over the city, but Grumman, we had that major, the East Ward, they're not gonna be slow to respond here with what they charge us for our bill. That's another time. However, my concern is, I need a list of what you have, how
Absolutely.
old it is, what needs to be replaced, what we do and don't respond to, because I'm gonna go back to Sandy, as I sat over in New Hope for a whole month of my life, which I did not mind doing. We were not prepared at all. And for me, what I saw from Sandy to today, I don't see anything different from Sandy to now. And these little storms are becoming major problems. And if we're not ready for the little storms, which we're not, but FDNY and FDNY, Lord Jesus, that's my friends in New York, I apologize. Newark Fire and Newark Police, OEM, we did a yeoman's job. You guys got the boats out there, you're doing what you can do. We just need to make sure we have the equipment that when the Sandy comes, because she's coming, okay, that we're prepared this time. I don't want to wait till it gets here, and we have to think about how we're going to move and maneuver, including folks who are home that need to get in here, right? Because we want people to go home and get rest. I'm talking about the overtime. I want the officers, the firefighters, OEM, DPW, I want them to go home and go to sleep. But we also have to make sure people can get to where the emergency is. And I deal with DPW when we talking about the tree trucks and all that we should have had 20 by now. But you know, that's another budget hearing. But I just want to make sure that whatever you have, we need to know what that is, how old it is, how soon it needs to be replaced, and are we storm ready? Because I know we're not. Thank you.
Yes.
No question.
Councilman, I have a,
Oh, go ahead.
all of you already been invited to the tour of the OEM and the EOC next Friday, so we can talk more detail. Some things, I can't discuss publicly. But I will tell you this, the federal government is moving away from funding FEMA and UASI. So they are actually talking about getting rid of FEMA, which has been phenomenal, we know, over the years dealing with disasters worldwide. And they have already cut our UASI funding 50%. So there are a lot of things that we need to fight for on a legislative level, on a federal level, which we're not getting anymore. They're already out of maintaining equipment. So just like the helicopter, we received the helicopter, they're not paying for maintenance. UASI is not paying for any vehicles anymore. And this morning they said they're not paying for any radios or radio training. So they're really scaling back funding, but that's something we need to discuss and push to our legislative leaders.
Director James, if you could forward that information through the clerk, so we would all be, she would
Absolutely.
send the information to us. We'd appreciate that.
Yes, Council President.
Final question is, Council.
First of all, I just want to say, thank you, Director, because I've communicated with you with a couple of emergencies over the years in the West Ward, and you've been Johnny on the spot, man, and been there and got everybody out of there and make sure that the families was taken care of. You really did a great job and communicating too, and I really want to thank you for that. Real quick, for the fire department, we've had 2 tragedies with 2 firefighters in the port. That still is really heavy on the heart of the city. And what type of training, is there money aside for training for our firefighters in the port?
Absolutely. We just went through a rigorous training. So because of that situation, we look at lessons learned. So after that situation, we've been training day, night, quarterly, weekly. And in terms of training, the city hasn't been worried about anything because we got that under control.
But is that
in terms
increase?
In terms of shipboard firefighter training, we've been doing shipboard firefighter training as well. So, yeah.
Is that an increase, Director, in our budget? Does the training, the new training down in the port, does that cause an increase in the
Yeah,
budget?
Negative. It was not an increase in the budget. No, absolutely not. And most of the training that we search for is grant money, so which is offset to the taxpayers. It helps us out a lot.
Thank you, Director. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. We will forward all the questions that council members may have. I know Councilman Silva had some questions. We will forward those questions to the department. As soon as the clerk is prepared with the questions, we will forward them to you. Thank you. And thank you. And thank you for, this has been a marathon today. We started with a council meeting and we're ending with budgets. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next department to present will be the Department of Public Works.
Public Works. Okay, thank you, Chief.
Director James.
I'll get you one if you come Friday.
I got it.
Thank you, Chief Morris.
Donna, yes, yes. Tuna fish wrap.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Director Anderson. The time.
Thank you.
You know what? Hennett, that's Hennett. Hennett. We're gonna get you one, Doc. Councilwoman, we're gonna get you one. When she finished, we're gonna need EPU.
She's praying for you, she said. She's praying for you.
Yes, she is.
He's like, I'll take it.
She also gonna find a lot of money too.
And
I have, can I ask the first
yes,
question?
he's gonna do introduction.
Okay.
He's gonna do his introduction and
Just before the introduction, real quick. How you doing, Director? Can't even get his intro out, right? I just want to say, what happened to the new guy?
Yeah.
No, this water and sewer.
Eric, you just
Is
introduced.
this water and sewer? Oh, wait a minute.
All right, I'll let him do his
Water and
intro.
sewer.
I'll let him do his intro, my bad.
This water is, wait a minute.
He's a Westwater, leave him alone,
But
man.
this-
That's my guy.
This water and sewer, right?
Westward, the best
Don't
one.
hit him too hard.
Okay, what department is this? Water and sewer?
No, public.
All right, let's let
It
him do it.
is?
let's go.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Good afternoon, Council
Oh,
President.
good evening.
Good evening.
Good
I mean,
evening.
sorry. Good evening. Been here all day, right? Absent and afternoon. Good evening, Council President, council members, all those that's in the audience and everybody that's viewing us. The Department of Public Works is committed to enhancing the quality of life of Newark's residents, businesses, and visitors by maintaining a clean, safe, attractive, and sustainable city. This is a desirable place to live, work, and visit. At the heart of that mission is one simple priority: keep the trash off the streets of our great city. In the past year, we've made significant improvements to leadership, staffing, and operational procedures across all divisions to increase the efficiency, responsiveness, and service reliability. These changes reflect our commitment to greater accountability and shared ownership and responsibility among our workforce and residents to help keep Newark clean. As the city is growing, DPW is growing. We continue to invest in the department by purchasing new equipment for enhanced service delivery, timely collections of trash and recycling, and optimized snow removal. This year's fleet expansion includes 24 new garbage trucks, 10 new supervisors pickups, and 6 snowplows with spreaders. These vehicles are equipped with GPS trackings, cameras, radio technology to foster internal communication and operational efficiencies. This month, we received the first of our
8 electric garbage trucks, advancing a more sustainable, low-emission fleet. The department is very close to being a 24/7 operation. We're at 90% right now. By September the 1st, we'll be 100% of 24 hours. That means every 8 hours, we'll have a shift coming in to man DPW, including Saturday and Sunday. Around the clock, cleaning services. At the same time, skilled employees, including mechanics and buildings maintenance staff, are performing more work in-house, maximizing our workforce talents and reducing operational costs. The department strengthens its public outreach strategy by providing residents with timely collection updates throughout its website, social media channels, quarterly citywide mailers, and enhanced customer service. These efforts keep residents informed of collection schedules, holiday changes, and best practices for trash disposal and recycle. This summer, the 2026 Brick City Cleanup brought together more than 700 volunteers, including residents, city departments, nonprofits, and first responders, to restore city pride and support ongoing efforts to keep their city clean. In July, we welcomed a new director whose leadership will set the department up for a continued growth and future success. This was a year marked by change, challenges, and steady progress. We are grateful for the ongoing support of Mayor Ross Baraka administration and the Newark Municipal Council in helping DPW. We move forward to become an exemplary institution for the city cleaners. Collectively, we'll get there together. I just want to thank, the residents throughout the city. It's been a challenging year of us optimizing the city and getting garbage picked up on time and, changing the culture citywide of how we do things. With that, I'm gonna put on my hat for the beating and I'm ready to take the questions.
Councilman Ramos and Councilwoman Bay. Oh, Councilman Ramos and Bay.
Thank you, Mr. President. And
Right hat on.
to Director Adema, welcome back from your 1-week hiatus. Eric still got to explain to us what's going on. So I noticed in your budget that the number of employees proposed for 26 is about 18 less than what was approved last year. Is that an accurate statement, or could you explain to us a little bit about what's going on?
Yes, so towards, in March, in March, DPW did a restructuring and reorganizing with some of the cleaning staff became a part of the actual departments that they clean on their budget now.
So the public safety chief explained that there were about 20-something employees that I would imagine were part of your organization that are responsible to clean the public safety complexes that are now budgeted under their department.
Yes, we
So
thought
that
it was,
okay.
Councilman, yes, we thought, give you a little clarity on it. We thought it was better that they're being supervised by the people they work with. We're seeing that it was challenges over the last 2 years with our supervisors trying to get to all the multiple buildings that the city may have to try to ensure the staff was doing it. And the police would say, I'm not supervising them, they don't listen to me, but we thought that was better that they supervise the staff.
So your salary and wages, the request is about 1.2 million higher than it was last year. Is that attributed to salary increases because of the union contracts? Or did you add additional personnel since you were able to move those 25, 30 maintenance staff over to the appropriate departments?
No, that's to contribute to the contracts, all the settlement of contracts increased through the union contracts.
And then under other personnel expenses, you see a reduction of 1.4 million. What is that attributed to?
So
It says personnel services, other pay. Is that overtime pay? Is that the benefits? Maybe Darlene can answer why there's a reduction there.
I'm sorry. Yes, Councilman, that was the reduction in the per diems that we were hiring.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
We were hiring.
So
the
you
per
were
diem.
paying those as contracts or temporary employees, right?
Those are temporary per diem employees, yes.
Okay, gotcha. One of the, and I do appreciate, that, and your assistant director, your leadership. I think a lot of us have seen an improvement in refuse collection. We did have some very tough times that we went through, where we went through weeks where garbage and recycling wasn't picked up consistently. And I do appreciate the fact that you've really worked hard to get that back on schedule, along with the team that makes that happen at DPW. One of the complaints that we still get a lot of is regarding street sweeping and the inconsistency. And just last week, I had a bunch of residents call because on the police side, they did the ticketing, and in some cases, they do the towing, but then when they don't see the sweeper go by, they get very angry, and understandably so. And from my understanding, one of the problems that we have is that the equipment is down a lot. And what is the department doing? Are those pieces of equipment purchased? Are they leased? Like, what can we do to make sure that when we had an outside contractor, we had issues, but if they were responsible to go down Summer Avenue based on their contract, they went down Summer Avenue. Whether the piece of equipment did a good job of sweeping and whether it had water was another issue. But I think one of the problems that we have is that the sweeping, since it became part of the in-house responsibility of DPW, has been very inconsistent. How do we improve that? And are there needs that you have when it comes to your budget that would enable you to accomplish that?
Council President, Councilman, first I want to introduce, I forgot, my apologies, it's the interim Assistant Director, Jessica Cavaco. First and foremost, over the last year, we did an assessment. We never had the correct amount of sweepers. So we're in the capital budget in the capital bond that we're doing for the equipment purchases, we're looking to get 8 more street sweepers. We think the city needs about 12 to 15 daily on the street, meaning 12 working and 3 that sits in reserve. Right now, we have 9 sweepers in any given day. With the rate that they may break down, we can have 6, between 5 or 6. So currently it's 7 working. It was 7 working this morning. Of those 9, 2 in the shop. So we do realize that we're bonding out to make sure we get ahead of that by having the actual total count to be 16 street sweepers for the city.
Thank you, Director.
Chairman Bay, Council.
Thank you, Council President. So first I want to say thank you, Director Dean, because I know it's a yeoman's job that you were covering down on 2 of the largest departments in the city, and you've definitely been very responsive, so I do appreciate that. But with that being said, to piggyback on what Councilman Ramos says, we are constantly getting calls about, you talked about missed street sweeping, missed pickups. And I'm one of those calls because I got missed pickups yesterday. And so when we talk about the upgrade of fleet under your top priority projects, how many additional trucks are we talking about, or pieces of equipment when we talk about upgrade of fleet? How many, what kind, what are gonna do? When you mentioned I think you said you just purchased 8 electronic trucks? So are those the trucks that pick up those big garbage cans that we now have that will pick them up instead of the workers picking them up? Are those trucks, or are they different?
Council President, Councilwoman Bay. So the trucks that we purchased, they do have tippers on them. So the tippers are those things that you put on the back of the trucks, but the men is a challenge of making sure the men wants to use them. They figure that it slows them down, but we do have them on the trucks. Those trucks are coming with tippers too. I think that every one of the 24 new trucks that came in, even for the 8-yarders, they have tippers on the back. That's when they pick the garbage can up and dump it in. So all those have tippers. What we also did was recycling. We brought it in-house, but we never had the actual amount of trucks that we need. So of those 24 new trucks, 18 of them went to recycling, right? 2 of them went to our trash pickup, and it's another 4 that we waiting on the decals to come in, and they'll be going to like the evening shifts to pick up, and then to make it 24/7. So to answer your questions about the equipment, we currently have 49 refuse trucks that's just for garbage, and we have 18 that's just for recycling, right? On a daily garbage day, we can be using from 29 to 33 trucks can be out. on the road.
So under your top priority projects, also you mentioned optimization of routes for garbage and recycling. What does that entail? Because there's no details here. But
You say it again, you said.
under top priority projects, you have listed optimization of routes for garbage and recycling. What does that entail, and what's the cost associated with that?
So the cost it's not a cost associated. We looked at the optimization of routes, meaning that at one time, we're still operating on some routes, maybe 80% of the routes in the city are things that we did 30 years ago. So 30 years ago, you go across South 11th Street, there was no houses on it. Might have been 10 houses between 18th Avenue, between Woodland and 16th Avenue, you may have only seen maybe 20 houses. One side of the whole street was vacant. Now both of those blocks are occupied. So optimizing routes, maybe we may have these trucks that's doing long routes that they need to be split in half. So we need to, as we bring on more fleet, one route may be cut into two now, right? Because we got more houses on some of the stuff that was vacant for years. When in part the Central, a lot of the Central Ward was vacant. It's not vacant no more, right? So we need to pick that garbage up, right? So as optimization, we started moving the dumpsters. We have our own crew that just pick up dumpsters, whether they're front load dumpsters or rear load dumpsters. Optimization meaning making all of our dumpsters to be a front load dumpster, meaning the front load means the truck comes in, picks it up, dump it, put it back down and keep going, versus the men come in with a rear loader, hooking up a dumpster that's kind of getting to be unsafe and dumping it into the truck. That's another part of optimization. The other part of optimization is the technology we instituted, right? Putting the cameras in the truck. We're doing a pilot soon to put the 360 cameras around the entire truck, the front of the truck, the back of the truck to see it, and the sides of the truck. The other part is making sure we put radios back in the truck, we have GPS in the truck, and create a dashboard. The dashboard that we were looking to go live with, we haven't went live yet, is to make sure residents can log in and see where the street sweeper at, they're supposed to do their block, see the garbage truck, see the recycling truck, and see the stove vehicle that came down their truck. So when they're calling us, we can guide them through we opened the Office of Customer Service 2 years ago. So we can guide them through and we can say, log on. The street sweeper is coming, but it's 2 blocks away. So it didn't get to your block yet, so you can pull out your mobile phone and say it's coming. Or making sure optimization is making sure our supervision is visible. So of those 10 new supervisors trucks, we marked them up where it says supervisor, right? And making sure we change the culture where we don't say we're supervisors of DPW, not supervisors of a certain division in DPW. Because the residents don't know that. They just know you work for DPW. That you should be able to ride through your neighborhood, whether it's a tree, whether it's a street sweeper, whether it's recycled, garbage, or illegal dumping. You're the supervisor. You should be able to make a call to get it abated.
I just have one last question. Thank you so much. About staffing. What percentage of your staff are provisional, and what's the head count that you need to work at your optimum capacity?
The provisional head count right now is 27 that I have, right? And that's related to civil service. Some tests, some exams didn't come out. And the exams that did come out, I'm happy to say that personnel, I think they hired a new person maybe like 6 or 7 months ago, is very aggressive. And when the lists do come out, of asking us to make these people permanent. So that process has started not just in DPW, but also in water and sewer. The total head count, we haven't locked down a total number with that yet, because we've started bringing on temporary workers that we hire from our re-entry workers that works 5 hours, right? So we can get a better understanding of what we need. But the current head count right now is about 490.
How much?
That means about 150 to 160 are part-time 5-hour workers.
Thank you.
DPW does consist, when people just look at DPW, Councilwoman, as sanitation, DPW is also the tree department, the Department of Motors, and public buildings.
Thank you, Council President. A couple quick questions. One is actually a request. With regards to overtime, first of all, good evening. With regards to overtime, there's no information with regards, we get the total amount, but not broken down by each person like we in other departments. Can we get that information?
Sure.
All right. And part of that, and in addition, I guess a question is, and that's for 2025 as well as up to date, year to date. Can we Well, my question is with regards to overtime for 2026. It seems like it's less than half of what it was last year. Is there a concerted effort to reduce overtime or? Go
I
ahead.
don't think, yes, there's always an effort to reduce overtime, but there's also an effort to become more efficient. Overtime is not sustainable at the rate that it's going. Right?
Okay.
So when you bring in efficiencies, you're looking to reduce overtime. You start
And-
seeing things where you don't need overtime.
And what helps with the reduction is the hiring of new employees or,
So Council President, Councilman Crump, what helps with the reduction of overtime is monitoring, making sure overtime is pre-approved, right, from the highest level. Also, making sure that you're having staggered shifts, right, with people coming at different times. I said DPW should be a 24-hour operation, to making sure that we're maximizing and optimizing how we do things, changing the culture a little bit, right? If we can do things, for instance, we picked up on holidays, something we didn't do last year, right? We did it maybe
Yeah.
once or twice last year to figure it out. But this year, January, we started picking up on holidays, right? And we didn't do it last year. We also know that there's a big increase with overtime because of the storms around snow, right? Most of our workers get double time doing snow or ice weather related. That's a union negotiated thing that came in place. But the goal is not only to reduce overtime, it's also to optimize your workforce to making sure you're getting the maximum load of work out of your employees.
and with regards to, thank you, and with regards to, Councilwoman Bay touched on it, the provisional workers. Can we get a list of the provisional workers and how long they've been provisional?
Yes.
And another question, or the question I actually had was in terms of revenue generating measures. How much, and it includes costs associated with demolition and board up activities, et cetera. Do we have a dollar figure in terms of how much was generated last year in terms of revenue and what it is currently?
We can provide that number, Councilman.
Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you, Council President.
Woman Jackson.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
All right.
I was looking at, okay, I'm trying not to do too much talking, but I do have some
Long day.
questions. It's long. You said you had 26 provisional.
I think it's 27.
So based on the report, it says 61 complete. So the 26 are who and what division of DPW?
So Councilwoman, the report is as of 7/1, right? This is where we put it in there. I said personnel has hired a person over there. I think her name is Cider. She puts it out. So some of that stuff is in the process. So like, let's start
So this is changing. This is inaccurate.
changing daily.
Right, okay. So it's not 61 anymore.
No, I don't think so.
And so Councilman Crump, I believe, asked for
The
how
update.
long, because we do get calls of people that have been provisional for a very, very, very long time. And I know there's another report that probably comes with that. But I'll just wait on whatever information you send to Councilman Crump. That was your question, is that correct? How long and how much? Is that correct? Right. Thank you so much.
Jackson and then Councilman.
Two quick things. and
Thank you.
I'll send the rest through, you finished? You were finished? Okay. Two quick things and I'll send the rest through, email through the clerk. You know, recycling is one of my pet peeves. And I think we need to make a concerted effort to collect our stuff. I understand you said you had to get additional staff for us to effectively do that. But I'm going to ask the community, as I did before, that when these folks are coming on your block, taking those recycling bags and sitting at the corner with 15, 20 bags, and then you know they're going around the other corner to put them in the truck, you need to start calling 911. I'll come with my car till we find a truck and pick the bottles up and bring them down to recycling. Because for me, it's a lot of revenue we are missing. The aluminum prices, and I don't know where they are now, but I know last year they were increasing. And if that's the case, and I know you discussed, we need to ask the state to do better reimbursement on recycling. Not a problem, I don't have a problem doing that, but we also need to get the community to buy in. I know Newark Housing Authority does little to no recycling, and we need to improve that. But I know on my block, in your block, the upper end of the West Ward, the South Ward, the West Ward going into East Orange, they are killing us collecting these plastic bottles. And they're only taking the bottles. And I know why, like you said, because they can go to New York, transfer them over, they give them a receipt with money, and it's making it, if they're making big money, we should be making money. So if they found a monopoly on that, and I'm not fighting you, you know that. I'm just knowing that we need the revenue that we need. We're in a budget crunch. We need more revenue coming in so you can do more things, police, fire, everybody can do more stuff, hire more people, get more code enforcement officers in. So for me, every revenue stream needs to come on so that we can do the maximum of what we have to do. I may have to ask the police director to give me one officer per ward so we can get our bottles back, because maybe that's the program we'll call it, get our bottles back, because we need to do that. They are so sophisticated and organized now. They have houses that they putting these bottles in. So for me, I can't look the other way on that because that's my money. You know what I mean? I got to look at it like it's my money. It's our money, but it's my money. You know, I'm the collector here. So I would like to see us do something aggressively to get that under control. A police car will be suffice, because all you gotta do is pull up on them, because I've done it on my block. I'm not scared. Put the bags down and get on. Right? Get out of my can. I come outside. I don't care, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, get out my can, because they're stealing our property. Bottom line. And I'm not playing with them no more, because that's revenue that I could give to you, and you could get another tree truck, which is my next thing. I know you worked hard on that. I don't know where we are in terms of our tree guys being, because Rouse used to be my guy, miss him, right? But I know he was high wire certified. And I know on those trucks, particularly when those buckets are going up, they have to have those safety certifications, not only for the city, but they need to have them for themselves, so that when they up there cutting, they know when to stop, when they should, when they shouldn't, when PSE&G needs to be called for everybody's safety, right? And so I don't know the progressive plan, but I want to give an answer. Mr. P, here goes more money for us. I propose that in the next year, when I'll find somebody to give us the money, we purchase 10 tree trucks, and that the city begin to offer. I know you and Mr. Esser have to come up with the policy, but we need to provide tree services to Newark residents. I know it's touchy, I know, but I think we need to do it, because when these people come in here from Tree, wherever they're coming from, they're charging now $2,000, $3,000 to take down one tree. And I know that the elders who are having a problem on their property, can't afford to take that down. They can't even afford to trim the branches, because I just had an elder son broke his arm. He trying to go take the tree down because the raccoons are in her basement. And I'm just in her attic, I'm sorry. But I'm just thinking the city, it's revenue, right? We talked about the roll-off containers that Waste Management is doing a good job at as a revenue generator for the city. So as we're optimizing, I agree, we need to move into more service for our community, and then not shared service, provide a service. Mr. P have drive up the contract for us to other municipalities so that we can help homeowners as well, because in that, we could create a business within our business that'll generate revenue. We're getting a little bit better. I had a little disturbance situation 2 weeks ago with the DPW supervisor who didn't see me. He wasn't supposed to, but I did not like the way he was engaging the 2 young men on the street, because you're not going to be, I'm telling you now, I only didn't intervene because it was a moment and I didn't want to, but you're not going to be disrespectful to any of our staff. I don't want them to be disrespectful to you, but I don't want it as well. These are men and women who are working for the city of Newark, providing us a service. And I know sometimes it's a difficult service, right? And I know sometimes it's a difficult relationship. But when we're disrespectful and then they're disrespectful back, and our alleged supervisory management staff doesn't know de-escalation tactics, they're going to get right in there with me. Oh, and we're going back and forth. It's not a good look. And this happened at 1 o'clock in the morning, and I was outside, and I just left it, right? And I didn't feel the need to call you because it kind of and it kind of resolved itself as they looked around, but I didn't like it. Like, not in the community, not in front of us, right? Not in front of the homeowners, not in front of the residents. Does that happen? If we need to talk about, I told you to go over on Longfellow, I told you to go, I'm telling you, I heard the conversation. I told you to do that side of 18th Avenue first. Nobody told you to come over here on Telford. I shouldn't hear all that at 1 o'clock in the morning. And the young men, because they were young, and they probably just started, because I could, tell they weren't ready for it. That just can't happen out in the public. So just as a general rule of thumb, and I know we're working on that, but also as a public service announcement from Councilwoman Jackson, we've got to treat each other better. We've got to do that. And let me tell you something, supervisors, managers, I'm not going to allow you to talk to our younger staff, inexperienced staff in any manner. The next time it happens, I'm going to address you, because that's my job. And you can't make these guys, and some of them, some women, they dealing with stuff, right? And so you pop off, they gonna pop off. And I don't need nothing popping off in the back of my house. Okay? That's all I'll say on that. And then lastly, if we get those tree trucks too, just to service the residents, because you have homeowners now, because it happened at my mom's house. Thank God we got it cleared up. But when those tree roots buckle that sidewalk, they want the homeowner to fix the sidewalk. And then what happens, State Farm, Allstate, and now these insurance companies are sending Louis a letter saying that we're going to cancel your insurance if you don't fix that sidewalk. So I know we're a number of years behind in removing the tree root, but we got to do better with that. So Mr. Pennington and I will work on the 10 trucks with the root removal at the back of it, sir, and the new high-powered thing that'll go up a little higher because the trees are going up. But I just also want us to be mindful that that staff needs to be increased, and our wages need to be competitive. I don't want these guys on the back of these trucks. I don't know all the salaries, but I know everybody not making the competitive wage. I know the civil service that you don't control. We are one of the lowest paid civil service communities in this state, and that has to change for the quality of work. And I know you don't, but I'm a legislator now, so I'm gonna make that happen. But we should not have these men and women working in any capacity less than what the neighboring towns are making, and right now we're the lowest. So thank you. We can work on those trucks. I think we both just did a PS announcement about treatment and how we talk to each other. And we could just improve on that. And I know some of the supervisors and managers are here. Thank y'all for coming, but I need that to happen. Thank you.
Councilman.
Yeah, just a couple of things. I'm out of the way. Just a couple of things. I'm out of the way. I think you had listed 203 precision workers. Is that number still accurate?
Yes.
Do you know how much we have spent year to date on those workers?
I don't have it in front of me. You do? You do? Okay, you did. Precise? $4,883,519.25.
4 million. Okay. And do we have the number of how much we spent on type 13 waste this year compared to last year?
I can get that.
Yeah, just give me a minute. I'm gonna pull it up, but get to your next question. While we're pulling that up, I'll get you next.
And while you looking to pull that up, can you tell me how much money we currently have in a municipal tonnage account? I'm interested in that number.
So
for
municipal
reason.
tonnage. Clean communities. So currently in municipal tonnage, as of 7/31, we have 1,306,639.13.
So what is your plans to utilize? And I know you're not the director in that position, you're just standing there, but hopefully we can get some information back to figure out what is the plan to utilize that 1.3 million that's in that tonnage account.
Yes, Councilman, we do have a plan.
You do? Can you share it with us?
I mean, so most of this goes back that the city there's some lines that may have like minimal amounts of money on it, from 3,000 to the biggest two amounts was last year money that we haven't finished using. But most of this stuff is going to, with the clean communities, it's like Signage, we started buying signs. We started putting illegal dumping signs up around the city and some of the stuff that we own. Where you see this area is being monitored by drone. You started seeing us putting signage in some of the islands, not all of them, but in the islands in your area. This also funds our weekend cleanup programs, buying the food waste and litter basket, recycling containers, gloves, vests, all the stuff that we get for the men. So it's not that we didn't use this money, it was some money that was encumbered for things in prior years that wasn't used that we're about to use it. So that 1.3 million is not that it
So
was.
here's the big question. What is the amount of dollars that we still have to spend to make whole these residents for garbage cans they didn't get? And whatever that number is, that number, if it's under 1 million, should come out of this municipal tonnage account to make these residents whole for the garbage cans they did not receive. Right? So I just want to point that out and want you guys in administration to hold to that. Then how much is currently in the clean community accounts, not the 500 and something that we voted on earlier today to come into account, but the actual number that we have in the clean community accounts right now.
The clean community count is $582,985.61. Just to go back, I followed up because some of the regulations may have changed. We can't buy the municipal garbage cans out of the recycling or the municipal tonnage money. You can buy recycling cans. You can't buy the garbage cans that we gave away.
But you can purchase recycling cans out of the clean communities money.
Right. But you can't buy the garbage cans that we gave the residents. We cannot use, we were informed, we cannot use that money for those. We can buy dumpsters, we can buy roll-offs, we can buy litter baskets that you see on the corner.
Vehicle.
You can, 25% can go towards equipment, right? So the vehicles that we bought for, out of this funds, it says clean community on it, right? So when you see we had clean community, that mainly came out that fund.
Clean community, not municipal tonnage. Right. Okay. Did we ever get the number for the amount of money we spent on type 13 this year? That's bulk. And then how much have we spent on just regular tonnage, municipal tonnage this year to last year? I think that number is important. And I always ask for this number because it's important for the residents to know how much we spend on picking up their garbage and other people's garbage from other municipalities. And we need to bank that number so that we know that if we're out here picking up all of this illegal dumping and all of those illegal dumpings that we pick up outside of the trash we pick up, all of that goes into municipal tonnage dollars, right? For what we pick up, even the bulk, type 13. All of this illegal stuff we pick up that has to be separated and taken in the bulk, that has a number, a price. We want to make sure that the residents know what that price is. So if we can get that'll be helpful.
Council President, Councilman, council members. So as of in 2025, we spent $789,231. As of today, 2026, we spent $770,240.72.
So we on target to spend more than we did last year.
It's a lot of illegal dumping. I don't know if it's a mattress giveaway or a mattress dump off, but we probably pick up between 60 to 70 mattresses a day. If you see them around your city every day. Yeah. I just was on Osborne and Hawthorne. It was 40 mattresses dumped on the corner.
I
can't believe
that was type 13.
I can't believe that that's type
Director,
13.
the number that you gave us was type 13, correct?
Yes, type 13. I can't believe that nobody's seen nobody doing that.
We don't know what's
So
I cannot believe the residents didn't see nobody pull up and dump
40
30
mattresses.
40 mattresses, right? You call. Type 10, Council President, Councilman, council members, type 10 in 2026. At this point, we were at $3,616,052.92. Today, we're at $3,239,483. I'm sorry, I read that backwards. $3,239,683 was 2025, right? 2026, we're at $3,616,000. and $16,052, like a 12% increase.
We're going to surpass that number as well in terms of garbage pickup and collection.
Yes, the city is growing, and there's some areas that's losing their tax abatement that we're starting to pick up.
Yeah.
That you-
And ultimately, as part of the KPI, and I'm saying this because I know the BA is here and you probably want to aggregate these numbers too, as part of the KPI to break down how much of that municipal tonnage was caused by illegal dumping, how much of it was just off of pickup from residential homes. So that you can be able to tell in terms of increase of what needs to happen budgetarily, how much you're picking up from residents' home, how much you're picking up based off of illegal dumping. And then that is a strategic way that this council and hopefully administration can be able to look at how do we put legislation together, common sense legislation to be able to attack some of these issues that are happening out here. Right? So.
Council President, Councilman, I want to go back and just get some clarity on what Councilman Jackson was talking about with the recycling. So, it's residents that go around at night and in the daytime, and they collect plastic bottles, all plastics, right? That has on most plastics, even that Snapple bottle you got, or that Poland Spring, Newark water, by the way, Newark water is better than Poland Spring. But it says you get a 5 cents if you return the bottle. So New York, Delaware, and Pennsylvania gives you money as soon as you bring it back. The state of New Jersey don't do it, but we're surrounded, our borders, we're surrounded by 3 states that give you money in real time. So she was explaining that in certain areas of the city, we've seen box trucks and garages that are full of plastic bottles that people collect every day. It brings extra income into their house. The state doesn't allow for that same return. We, as a part of our plan, as we get more efficient and effective, right? We've also started notifying building owners that we pick up that they need to practice dual stream recycling. And we're giving them a point in time of when they have to do that, but we'll stop collecting them because they're in violation of the state law and the city's law ordinances. At the same time, we've spoken with Housing Authority and the Newark Public School System about recycling, right? The more recycling we can get from them, and Jessica and I think Andret, maybe Andret, Kristen, about 3 of them we finished the municipal recycling class, right? So we get more revenue. So there's other ways to get more revenue. What I was saying, we would need to do a cost benefit analysis of saying the people that actually going around the neighborhood collecting that trash versus what we'll collect and versus what we'll collect if we picked it up, right? And also versus how much it would cost us to have an enforcement division monitor. So I wasn't saying it wasn't feasible, but you need to do a cost benefit analysis. It may cost you more to chase them down and stop them than the councilman just said. We're still taking that stuff to the dump, right? That they're taking, and it may, with that and our additional staff, it may or may not be feasible. Doesn't mean until we just need to look at that.
That's it. Any other questions? Director, just
I have one more question about snow removal. How many snow events did we have this year, and what was budgeted for the snow events? And then how much did we spend actually on the snow events?
So the snow expense for 2025 was $495,342.00. It was 6 light snow events. I'm saying light in 2025.
Mhm.
In 2026, we had 11 snow events, but we had 1 event that went to A, B, C, D. So I'm going to say that's 15. The last event, the event before the last one was a little longer. We spent $3,923,786.00.
And how much did we budget for snow in 26?
2026.
If you whatever you budgeted, if it was less than that, I mean, we'd have had to pull money from other accounts to cover the snow events?
Yeah, we're still pulling money.
Ms. Tate, do we have to pull money from other accounts to cover the snow events? Would you happen to know? I'm just trying to find some cash, BA.
No, ain't nothing over here.
Make that man on.
There's none over here.
It's spent.
We budgeted 2.7 million.
Oh, so
And Councilman, we had a big uptick. We got 29 inches, and a part of that was doing snow removal. Um, We had some lessons learned from the snow removal process that we're looking, sat down with the new director and our management team that we've been going over. Some best practices learned. There may be some additional cost saving measures. Just want to also acknowledge that as of today, the city has 75 pieces of equipment, with DPW having 35 and water and sewer having 35 also. So prior to this administration coming in, I think we had about 4 pieces of snow equipment. Some people say it was 19, but I only remember 4 working. You may know what was better. What we have working, the oldest vehicle is 2017.
yeah. In the public buildings line, you asked for a decrease of 30,000, I believe, in materials and supplies. What was the decrease for? If public buildings unit, they are still responsible for monitoring all of our public buildings, right? Correct? Or are they moving that stuff to different departments and making different departments pay for repairs?
No, so we asked for a decrease because the health department, when Director Osborne talked yesterday, she said that line increased because she took over the cleaning thing, half of it last year, and she has a full year of it. So what we were paying the staff, the health department, we don't have to. Right, that's the supplies for the cleaning because she got the.
Does public buildings make recreation pay for?
Not this year, but moving into next year.
Why would that be?
Because the cleaning staff that cleans the recreation buildings is we're wrecking them. Just moving money.
So they have their own cleaning staff
That they're responsible for. Every department.
that's going to be responsible for cleaning 5 recreational facilities, be responsible for cleaning the spaces they have for the other centers that they have as well.
They've been doing that, I want to believe, since May.
Buffing floors, mopping floors. Who is that? And what budget is that going to come out of? Public buildings and be transferred to the recreation budget? We talk about the center as a whole, 5 recreational facilities, the senior centers that we have, Nellie Greer, Boylan, Ironbound, which is our facilities. Are those funds going to be pulled from public buildings and placed in the recreation?
So, Councilman, I don't know if they're going to be, we're actually all the way pulled for this year, right? I do know that we bought enough supplies that we're giving them supplies, but the goal is, and I just verify with.
So you talk about manpower, then you talk about materials, and, right? But then you talk about materials and supplies, Director.
The manpower is already over there. We've bought materials and supplies to keep funding them until the budget of next year starts. When next year comes, their 2027 budget, we will not be buying supplies for them. Police, fire, anybody else. Only the health department currently started doing theirs already.
Okay. I mean, I know recreation is coming up next, but then I'm gonna request that they would have a separate line for materials and supplies based on whatever that number was.
2027.
Right. I'm just saying, we're talking about buffing floors, mopping floors, cleaning, not just the arbitrary and capricious stuff about just changing garbage cans, right? When you're talking about they have to be responsible for maintaining their kind of space, that's a number. And they shouldn't have to be responsible for that number if public buildings was already responsible for that and is transitioning over. So whatever funds that public buildings had, it should be transferred over to an account that is made for recreation.
Councilman, we're saying in 2027,
Next year. Okay.
2027, that will happen.
Correct.
This year, we're going to still
I
provide.
just wanted to make sure it was on the record. It was on record.
Okay, Director, thank you so much. But one of my concerns in terms of sweepers, for the last, if you go down to Wilson Avenue, there's antiques. from old years of back that, they couldn't be replaced because parts were never, when we purchase any of these sweepers, they should be American made. The last couple of years, last sweepers they picked up, they were from out of the country. And those, there was no parts for it. And then they sat there for years. So we need to invest into American companies that we could get parts, the mechanics, because these are not just any kind of equipment.
I agree.
Hydraulic mechanics don't come that often because it takes a different skill. But we need to. In terms of what you said about the snow pieces, I remember back in 14, it was only 5 pieces of equipment for snow removal because everything was contracted. The snow removal was all contracted. So to your credit, it's an improvement. Just want to say thank you to you and your staff.
I want to thank the council and the administration, right, for making that possible. I mean, I know we get a lot of accolades, but through the council supporting what we want to do, we're able to bring that equipment back out.
And the other thing is motors. The conditions of motors is just horrible. If you go to motors on a hot day, you will pass out. So I don't understand how these mechanics are working with a small little fan. And it's just 100 degrees outside, it's 120 inside. And then the way the conditions of that facility is falling apart.
Yep.
Wilson Avenue is falling apart in the garage. But the conditions for our mechanics are not good conditions. And they do a lot of turnaround and putting chains on those police cars. They fix more of those police cars. And that's something that we don't look at. But those mechanics in the motors department, they really are dedicated employees working in those conditions. And I just want to say a shout out to them.
I'm gonna shout him out, but the motors manager, he loved that building. Although
Council-
the motors manager, he loves that building. However, the administration is taking drastic measures to improve in how we repair city police cars and our DPW fleet.
Yeah, right. Yes.
Well, I'm glad the manager loves it, but I want to definitely comment on what Councilman Quintana has said, because we have a slow turnaround on repairs. That's number one, which means maybe that we need some help down there as well. But number two, those conditions are horrible. I don't know what the plans are for the future for motors, but it is. There's no air conditioning. I mean, we're not trying to say that, but I'm talking about in the actual garage. I've seen big fans. I just haven't seen conditions where people have to work in that hot, working on those trucks, I would call some names out, Van, if I had to, because there's some folks down there that I know I could go to. But the conditions of that building, I'm talking about motors on Wilson. I don't know about any of the other buildings in the office space. I'm talking about actually in the garage. I'm talking about the garage. Those conditions are horrible. So I hope that for the future that we are planning to budget some type of way to update that garage or to do some work for the individuals that have to go in there and work in the heat and work with the grease and work with those trucks and even with the manpower. I'm not sure whether we have enough manpower for the turnaround of the vehicles that break down. Department of Public Safety just talked about the increase in the breakdown of vehicles that they have. So I'm hoping that whatever we're doing with budget, that in the future that we will look at not just the conditions, but the manpower as well.
So to Council President, to your question and Councilwoman Roundtree and
Yes,
the
sir.
entire council, the administration, I know because I'm a part of the task force, we have looked at various things to do in the near future dealing with the motors facility. Not just Wilson Avenue, but motors as a whole, right?
I know.
Right.
So we're already looking at that. Hopefully some of this stuff will come to fruition by the end of the year.
We're gonna pray on it. Meanwhile, thank you for your service.
But we are looking at it.
Thank you, thank you,
Kelly
thank you.
and Councilwoman Jackson.
Mine is short. I know first of all, I just want to thank you, Director, from, wearing 2 hats and doing both jobs. And, I can only imagine how difficult it is because just one job dealing with DPW is, I know I drive you crazy with text and trying to get to you. But what I want to say is hello to the lady to your left. Hello. I don't really know what you do. And I'm the councilman. I seen your face, but I just would love for you to introduce yourself and let us know what it is that you do.
Sure. Hello. Good evening, everybody. My name is Jessica Cavaco. I am the interim assistant director with Director Adeem at DPW. I'm his right hand, so if he needs anything to be taken care of, I assist where he needs. So I serve at the pleasure of the director.
All right, thank you. I would definitely be emailing you. I know the director would love to take some of that pressure off
Your
of
staff
him.
definitely does. Your staff definitely does email me.
No, my staff definitely
Yeah.
does. Definitely, I know they do. I just never really had a meeting with you or anything. But thank you.
Just one last thing, now that we're talking about motors, you don't have to say it. You got the wish list. I know in terms of equipment and parts, it's been difficult. So if you could send us a report of what vehicles need to be fixed, what parts we need. If we have what we have, that's cool. If we don't, because I know sometimes it's difficult. I know a couple people work down there too. And I know sometimes we gotta leave a car sitting over, truck sitting over, because they're older, like you said. I get it. So are we where we need to be with the parts for the equipment to be repaired to help us get those things back online when they're down? Or are we, for lack of a better word, are we band-aiding until we get the part in? Are we, so we need some stuff and you need $12 more over there. I still got 13 left. I could get.
I think one of our, council president, Councilwoman Jackson, council members, one of our biggest challenges, me and the motors manager, we went to, I think, 2 different schools to recruit mechanics. Though at that recruitment, Port Authority was there, NYPD was there, NY Fire Department was there, Newark was there, Waste Management was there, a lot of municipalities and private people. Throughout the region, it's a shortage on diesel mechanics, right? So you see a lot of our fleet go out. And I think, we passed out about 20 to 25 different applications. There's no follow-up. People don't, So it's just, and I learned, recently throughout the region, it's a shortage on obtaining diesel mechanics,
Okay.
right?
Go ahead.
You spoke about in your introduction.
Yes.
So because that'll probably save you on the diesel, but I do also did on my colleagues on how I have been they say a thorn in your side, but I don't want to call it that because it's a good thing. I want to thank you, Adeem, while running 2 departments, Director, that you've always been responsive to make sure that when we did call on you, that things were abated as soon as possible. And I like the fact that when we were going through the snow removal and the late garbage pickups in the process of time change, that you were able to actually get back and tell us the truck is 2 blocks away, they're on their way because of that communication connection and connecting the dots with the supervisors. So I think that is a great thing and a great way of moving forward. And welcome, new Assistant Director. Pleasure to meet you.
All right. Thank you. Next department.
Let's go.
The
Right
next
there.
department is
Stacy.
the Department of Recreation and Cultural Affairs.
Why don't you make water and
I
sewer?
don't want to thank the DPW team that bought in. I want
Water,
to
you
thank
stay
the,
there.
Council President, I want to just thank the DPW team that bought in to the, the
You're-
changes.
And you're a Steeler fan.
Yes.
Okay, Madam Clerk, can he stay here then?
Thank you, GPW team.
No, can you do water right now? Come on, let's get it done. You gotta go out there. You got a lot of calls coming in.
My
Water and
apologies.
sewer, let's go.
Water and sewer is next.
Oh, Lord.
Let me get my book. Let me just get my book.
We have 5 more to do.
No, we're gonna do water and then we'll do, okay, water and sewer.
Water and sewer, water and.
Right. Director, they got about 200 questions. All right. What'd you do? Mayor.
See this little blow up there?
All right, Director. All right. Opening statement.
Good evening, Council President, council members, the distinguished public that's in the audience and those that's watching from home. Our Department of Water and Sewer Utilities is here to provide the highest quality drinking water to our customers, ensuring that the proper conveyance of sewer, managing stormwater, mitigate flooding, and continue to upgrade our infrastructure for future generations of Newark residents and the surrounding towns we serve. Our water and sewer utility request is water is $75,139,596.00. And $3,100,914.00. That is a 4.3% increase for water. On the sewer side, our request is $86,530,996.55. That is an increase of 6.4%. A total increase of the budget, the total budget that we're looking at is $161,670,454.55. That's a 5.2% combined increase. This year, the Department of Water and Sewer has made significant progress on projects that align with our mission. We have completed repairs at the Oak Ridge Dam to ensure that the uttermost protection of our water supply. Our team completed the new Petty Ditch Netting Facility to mitigate stormwater overflows, right? That's off of Free Lines and Avenue. We're making steady progress on the rehabilitation of our 30-mile-long pipeline for Quantic aqueducts. In addition, we continue to install green infrastructure sites to mitigate flooding in vulnerable areas. This year, we installed rain gardens at Clinton Avenue and Badger. In April, we broke ground to revitalize the Salvo Temple Park in the North Ward. Future projects include stormwater improvements to the Ironbound and Ivy Hill neighborhoods, two communities impacted by Hurricane Ida. Our staff continues in 2021. Our staff continues to embark on key projects to ensure our system serves Newark for another 100 years and beyond. Most notably, we are preparing to launch phase 1 of our 10-year plan to replace 500,000 linear feet of water main pipes across the city. This investment will reduce water main breaks and support the continuing growth of our great city. To meet increased demand, construction is on the way on 2 additional filters at the Pequannock Water Treatment Plant, increasing production capacity up to 100 million gallons of water per day. We are investing in the next generation of Newark water workforce by launching the Newark Watershed Science and Leadership Academy and expanding training and educational opportunities to prepare the current and future employees for growth. I just want to call out 3 employees in here. We have Tosin Adatutu. Want him to stand up? He's in the audience. We have Mark Whitaker and Shan Moore-Waller. 2 of these 3 gentlemen right here, we brought them on board right out of college. Right today, we have 2 of them. They're now PEs. Of these other two of these gentlemen, for the first time in 35 years, the city has a licensed T4 and W4 operator that grew through the system like me, that graduated and elevated through the system to become our new licensed water treatment and distribution operators. Those 2 gentlemen right there. I just want to give them, right? When the opportunities came for them to stay with the city, they stayed because they're being poached all around the country to come in. So I just want to congratulate that our investment has really paid off. right? We were paying a consultant about 600,000 a year to operate, but now we have, since June the 1st, we have those gentlemen right there. Sitting next to me is NT Muhammad Attar, our chief engineer. To my left, to my right is our chief accountant, Harold Jean Lewis. The department continues to maximize the value of every public dollar by applying our state revolving low-interest loans throughout the New Jersey I-Bank. For example, the additional filters at the treatment plant will save the city an estimated $14.75 million in both principal forgiveness and avoided interest. This ensures that project cost burdens are not passed down to our ratepayers. We've remained committed to excelling through continuous infrastructure and operational improvements, earning national recognition as a model for cities across the country. We are grateful for the support of the Mayor Ras Baraka and the Baraka administration and the Municipal Council over the past 12 years in protecting Newark's most precious resource, clean, safe drinking water. Clean, safe drinking water, second to only our residents, the most valuable resource. Thank you. With that, Council President, I'll take questions.
Hi, Director, that's a double director. How you doing? Real quick, how many water main breaks have we had in the city within the last 2 years?
I can get that number to you, but if off my head, I think it's about a little over 600.
600 water main breaks? I guess the real question is, are they happening more often than usual?
With the weather changes, having a real cold winter this winter, yes. I'm going to say this expected as the weather change. So I just want to give you some history. Newark is the 3rd oldest major city in the country. Our infrastructure goes back to 1809, right? However, over the past 12 years, we've put about $750 million into the water and wastewater infrastructure to mitigate flooding, but also to upgrade our treatment operations, storage operations, and our distribution operations. This doesn't include the lead service line project.
Right. So out of those 600 water main breaks, what was the average, what was the cost that we spent on 600 water main breaks throughout in the last 2 years?
I can get that information to you.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate that. The next, my last question is, we've been dealing with, you mentioned it in your opening statement, Ivy Hill, with the flood mitigation. I think you guys did an amazing job of attacking that. Where are we now with it? Are we still having problems in the Ivy Hill section up there around Sanat, Woodbine, the back of Seton Hall? Or is that more, we've mitigated the issue, that the main concern up there?
No, we've did some temporary mitigation. Right now, I think we're at about 40% design.
Yeah, 30%.
We're at 30% design. So it's a bigger project that the state Department of Consumer Affairs is funding, that we're still in the 30% design phase. So some other stuff that's going to happen in the future once the design is finished.
We have 30% to go to fix, or we're 30% in?
We have 30% of the design of what we're going to fix. So that means the architects and engineers have designed 30% of the project that we proposed to the state that they approved for us to do.
How long do you think before that project is completed?
Well, the design should be completed by the end of the year. Then we need to go out to bid with the approval from the state to go into construction.
Out of the end of the year is not that bad, I guess. Thank you, I appreciate you.
Once we complete the design, we'll have some community meetings up there to let them understand what the design is. They need to see what the design is. Then the state will approve us to go out to bid.
Yeah, thank you.
To Women Bank.
Yes. Thank you, Council President. My apologies if I missed this already. Director Adeem, is there anything, because I think I missed it, regarding storm sewer drain ditch rehabilitation? You have listed here storm sewer ditch rehabilitation, non-brick sewer construction under your priorities. Does this include the catch basins? Is that the same thing? Or did you talk about maybe putting some mesh down there to try to keep the sewers from being clogged and prevent flooding? Was that a part of the project? Because it didn't give a lot of explanation.
No, that's a Council President, Councilwoman Bay, council members. I think that's a different That's just two different projects. So we do daily maintenance 7 days a week on catch basins, right? However, I just want to let everybody know, when we have heavy downpours or torrential rain, it doesn't really be the catch basins are clogged. Most of the time, the systems are running full. So when you see the manholes blow off and things like that, the system is running full. When it stopped raining, 9 times out of 10, the water recedes like this. But initially, it's so much water trying to get into the system. So it's like, and to give you an example, if you're in your bathroom, you got your bathtub full of water, you got your toilet that you're trying to flush, and you got the sink. All three of them not going to go down the drain at the same time. As the one with the most strongest sense of pressure is going to drain first, and then after that drains all the other ones. So to tell you that, you know, catch basins, if you know of one that's broken or damaged, we're constantly trying to track down a little close to 20,000 catch basins throughout the city. Just had a meeting, I think Friday, with the mayor, and he was asking us who's responsible for the trash or the garbage. We have a program called Adopt a Catch Basin. We've had it since 2018. And what that means, if neighborhoods adopt catch basins, and before the storm and after the storm, you clean some of the debris off. Because what happens in these large storms, the trash that we see on the street, right? It sits on the top of the storm drain during the rain event. And that suction starts pulling the trash, and you would say it's flooding there. The trucks come by, we know the hot spot areas, right? And we clean the trash off and the water go down. So a lot of times it's just trash sitting on top of the catch basins due to the fact that it rained and everything washed to the slope of the street or where the catch basins go. But if it's a damaged catch basin and you're aware of it, please reach out to our office. You can call us at our emergency number is 973-733-3654. That's for not only for you, but for the residents that may be watching. That emergency number, we have a 15 to 20-minute response time. We want to keep it that.
Just one more question. And when we talk about also the priorities, is there currently, or is there a plan to implement regular sewer cleaning? Is that part of the priorities, or is that something that's already in place? And how much of the budget is attached to something like that?
So we've just finished maybe a little over a year ago, we just finished cleaning finished assessing 240 miles of small diameter sewer throughout the city. That's anywhere from 22-inch diameter pipe down to an 8-inch diameter pipe. That's why normally when you see it raining, you see the heavy flood, but when it stops, you see that water disappear, right? Because we clean the sewer. However, we're still monitoring 60 miles of sewer, right? And that monitoring meaning that we're cleaning, we're inspecting. In 2021, we bought our own camera truck, so we're able to do that stuff ourselves. We do call in contractors when we got a little bigger work to do provide a large area sewer that we want to do. So right now, we're inspecting our south side interceptor. That is a 54-inch diameter pipe that goes to Passaic Valley. There's 3.5 miles of pipe that we're inspecting now to make sure that we need to rehabilitate that. We're also doing some stuff on Freeland-Heisen between Concord and Vanderpool from Ideals. I think that's Ideals. Ideals, the little diner right there, motor vehicle. So we're doing some remediation and inspection on the sewers over there. We're doing some stuff in the East Ward, a little bit in the West, and some in the North that we're closing out some stuff that we need to do. So we're always looking to upgrade our sewer system.
Thank you, Director.
Any questions? Councilwoman.
So on 16th Ave, 15th Ave, where there seems to be new storm drains on top, the movie theater, that's
Fairmont.
is that us?
That's Council President, Councilwoman Jackson, that's a project with the Water Department and Rutgers in the state of New Jersey to put green infrastructure. So at one time or another, the city applied for some grant money. With Rutgers, they got a grant, and they're putting bump out curbs and green infrastructure to capture stormwater.
Okay, so is that gonna help with the water overflow?
Yes.
Okay. How much weight are we giving to the water that flows down South Orange Avenue, for example? I know when it rains, that South Mountain Hill, we at the top. I'm on Telford. That water comes down. I mean, it is converging on Sanford. I'll start at Dover, big puddle. Then when it gets to Sanford, between Sanford and Stuyvesant, it's on the sidewalk sometimes. So is there any storm flood mitigation between the city of Newark, County of Essex possibly, or South Orange to try to abate that?
Council President Quintana, Councilwoman Jackson, Municipal Council. So a part of the project that we talk about, the Ivy Hill Resiliency, that was funded through the county, the state, and Newark as a part of that mitigation. But what we also did, right after Ida, the city of Newark, with the Newark money, we cleaned the Velsburg ditch, right? The Velsburg ditch goes from Weston to the Elizabeth River, which comes through Bloomfield, East Orange, and several towns. So we've cleaned that ditch. We're also looking at, I'm glad you asked that, we're doing some investigation right now on the trunk line that comes from the ditch through Isabella that stops by the park on South Orange Avenue. So it goes, not the park, I'm sorry, goes through the park on South Orange Avenue, but a part of that trunk line also has a branch that goes to Elmwood Park. So we're also exploring the north side of that. Right? We're looking at any debris that's caught up in there, so we put cameras in there and looking to see if we need to rehabilitate or reline that trunk line that takes the water over to that Elizabeth River.
Okay. So I'm assuming because we hired the nice young men behind you that some of our professional service contracts and needing so many engineers, and I get it, that will be lessened in the next coming budget. Example, we have a professional service contract for professional services on, what page this is? On 9 of 25 for $300,000, and then other equipment. Is that a part of
9135. One second.
I'm on page 9 of 25 in the section.
You said 75105? What page are you on?
9 of 25, it's in your second tab.
9 of
Third tab, I
25.
apologize. Billing and customer service.
Okay. Professional 71, professional service, 300,000.
Yeah,
That's the billing and customer service. So that line is professional services around, we instituted a new billing system in 2023, 2024. So that's just as phases of when we have to pay for that system and the consultants that making sure we still integrating stuff we're doing.
Okay, so that's going to be a continual?
No, it's probably gonna, as years move on, unless we're doing some other type of upgrades on a different system or another platform, that's what that
Oh, this
is.
is just a package to get it upgraded?
Yes, we didn't pay them all at one time. Like, we got the system, but
Oh, sorry about that, son. Okay.
we had the new billing system, but we phased out how we pay for it and the
Okay.
support.
The other question is, I see 3 provisional employees, like 2 paid, 1 more page over. Is there a move to try to bring them in permanently?
Yes, as that's Councilwoman, as I stated earlier,
Or the customer service representative, is that a option in your plan?
as I stated earlier, one, they take the exam, and as the exams came back from the state, it was a big delay with the state, but they've been pushing them out. But personnel, I want to say maybe in the last 6 months or 7 months, hired a new person as they come back to the state, those, what do you call those? Certifications, we do move forward with putting people in the title.
Okay, and 2 more things. In terms of security, I see on page 15 of 25 that we have, this again is making sure we have the personnel we need. We have 2 regular security guards and 1 senior security guard, 06 257.
Yes.
It's the senior guard, and 06 124. Is that enough? And do
No.
they own, okay, and where do they cover? What area do they cover? Are they Cedar Grove watershed and your office, or?
They're all watershed.
They're all watershed?
Yes.
Okay.
So
Okay. And then, a little concerned about the professional services of $3 million, but I'll email you that. That's not a problem. And one more thing. In regards to people going on our property, no matter where it is, Cedar Grove, Watershed, et cetera. Do we have a breakdown of tickets administered from 24, 25, 26? Do we have a way of telling who we warned? I don't know if we do warnings or we just go straight to tickets. I don't know. So I'm asking. Do we do, if you catch me the first time with an ATV, do I get a warning or do I get a straight out ticket? If I'm doing a campfire, do I get a warning the first time or do I get a ticket? And do we control those? How do we, I'm just asking. Because is there revenue coming to the city when people are, and I'm not talking about encroachment at that part, we could talk about that later. But are we tracking people who violate our space up there, particularly at the Watershed, Cedar Grove? I know when they drained it one time, because Mount Morton used to be at the nursing home across, right? I saw 3 tires in the bottom of the reservoir. I'm saying, how the world did that get in there? Right, so I don't know if that's somebody throwing it over the fence, because you did do a nice new gate around it. I don't know if that's somebody throwing it in, how did that, you know what I mean? So when people are encroaching, when people are trespassing, because it's not encroachment, when people are trespassing on our land, littering, campfires, ATVs, everything that they're not supposed to do, how do we track those folks that are doing that? What's our penalty system? And how many penalties, if we know the number, have we done, like say in the last 3-4 years?
So, Council President, Councilwoman Jackson, council members. So one, in Cedar Grove, we just called the police, right? The police come and they arrest them and lock them up. That's a little different.
Okay.
In the Watershed, managing those 37,000 acres,
Yes.
we work with the city of West Milford, the Morris County prosecutor, the Passaic County prosecutor, and things like that. We have drone surveillance that what we do actually is the individuals that we encounter, the enforcement has, sometimes it's hot or cold with those towns. We don't do enforcement, right? We don't have the ability to write tickets. We work with those towns. We supply drone footage, right? The drone footage that we flew the drone. We see that they parked 7 cars over here. We get the license plates, and that information is turned over to the Morris County, Passaic County, or the township PD. However, I do want to say, in the water department and the law department, we conducted a feasibility study that we got back that is still under review about the Watershed Police Force, right? And having jurisdiction to write tickets, to impound cars, to do all that. That's still under review with law, and everyone else. I have to follow up to see where we at with that and what the administration does to move forward with it.
Okay, I'm concerned about, because I know they're having a nice time up there on our property. They're having a good old time. And they created some ATV trails and all that kind of stuff. And I just want to make sure that when it comes to enforcement for us, that we're able to enforce that we're able to keep that land as preserved as we can. I know this, over the years, people do what they want. Storms are coming. I was very concerned when we had the fire. So when people are doing things on our properties, my understanding is someone may have possibly had a campfire that got out of control, right? So the city of Newark is not involved at all in the arrest, prosecution of those who caused the fire on our property. I'm just asking, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, if that person is caught, the city of Newark is going to prosecute to the fullest.
Okay.
Most of the time, we don't catch it. Again, the drone, our security guards are not don't have police powers, right? They can't arrest anybody. They can call the neighboring town police to see if they come. And the last time when they did have a bonfire right around COVID, the people that were arrested were police and firemen from up there, volunteer firemen, right? Which is a problem with those cities enforcing stuff on the people that you asking the people
Gotcha. It's a beautiful land. I just want us to preserve as much of it as we can. We take our children up there for the camp. We have excellent things. Used to be overnight camp. I know we're probably talking like 30, 40, 50 years ago. But I want us to preserve as much of that as we can and just stop letting people abuse a beautiful piece of, we can get out the car and take a deep breath because of all those trees. So I'm just worrying about enforcement. I know you had the drones. I got that. But I just was wondering how involved the city is in the penalty side and bringing in some revenue when folks are doing what's not supposed to happen. I'm just hoping to catch. And I know it's probably gonna be next to impossible at this point, but the person who had started the fire himself, that they should be made to give some restitution to the city to rebuild, for
Yes.
lack of a better word, with the trees and infrastructure there.
So Councilwoman, I think in that report, in that feasibility study we got back, it does talk about jurisdictional, who would be in charge of collecting money. Would our excess delegation need to lobby the state to give us powers where you got to come to court in Newark? Or would it be a shared fee between those West, Kinnelon, West Milford, Paquonic, all those towns? So that it kind of outlines where that's the directions that we can take. But again, the law department, that thing was still under review. So we did do that. On the encroachment side, we're actively going after encroachers. So we've been doing that. With our consultant Greystone, we're sending encroachment letters, cease and desist letters, and with the help of DEP enforcement, also kicking off, polluters or illegal dumpers, right, or illegal loggers, right? But our goal, while I'm there with the administration support, is to prosecute anybody to the fullest. So we do have a 2028, we finished phase 1 of our security plan, which is a lot of infrared cameras and new fencing and new gating. We're moving into phase 2, which is another part of our security plan, improving some of our roads and stuff that we can get to if somebody got hurt up to even our own campus.
And so when we have storm damage, does DEP help us repair?
No. We may get a grant from the DEP, or they may give us money. They don't come out and do immediate repairs. We do that.
So with the storms and damage comes to the camping ground, because I don't know what kind of, I haven't been there in a while, but I don't know if we have the little cabins and stuff like we used to have. So when damage comes to the property and our things on the property, the offices, et cetera, we incur all of that repair when the storm
Yes.
comes through?
So we remove the trees. When I say we, the water ratepayers, right? The water ratepayers incur that. Even other towns, we remove the trees, we improve the roads, all that type of stuff. Yes, that's come out of the water and sewer utilities operate.
Well, I'm glad to see the new contract with, say it wrong, the P-Town.
Belleville, Paquonic.
No, Paquonic, you just got a new
Yes.
contract I saw a couple of months ago. So I'm
Yes.
glad to see that happening. I'm glad to see Belleville increasing their contract, and hopefully we can bring some more towns on board
Well,
and sell some more water.
we're constantly negotiating with 2 towns to buy more water, from Newark that hasn't been buying water from Newark. And we're upgrading some existing contracts that's about to expire. So you'll see that coming to the council in the next couple of months.
Any other questions? Yeah, we lost a lot of money with the breweries. I mean, we lost a lot of money with the breweries, and as Bush, how that was a big account, and that hurted us. And the other breweries that were here. So, the other thing is, the watershed, again, I'm concerned many times about the security of, and I think we need to have down the road some meetings with our delegation, congressional, and trying to get some homeland security funds to secure and protect that asset. Because that water, if something goes in that water, it's a disaster. And I just don't want to think that, but I think we should engage some conversation in terms of that watershed, because that is an asset that is anyone can do damage to that water treatment. And by the time we can lose generations of people because of, and now with the conditions of what's going on in the Middle East and all the hacking and all the other stuff that, could be a danger to us. And that's an asset. Though I know that most of our pipes, and you have done a good job, by the way, most of our pipes are clay. They go back hundreds of years. And I know you have done a lot of work in terms of replacing the main, that just on Boothville Avenue, and you responded right away without shutting the water and the service to the people, that meant a lot. Because I called you that morning, because people were calling, and you responded right away. You said, look, we didn't shut it off, so people would be ready for the morning. So I commend you. You know, you're always available, accessible, and you're a model, just like yourself. The Department of Health, you are fantastic directors. People need to, other directors need to learn from you. They'll come in here and spend some time, and you do. Maybe you don't have things on your agenda, but you pop in the door, even if you don't have anything on the agenda. And that to me is commendable for people who are directors who take the extra time. Come early, leave late. And that's you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I just want to caution us on one thing. That Anheuser-Busch complex has been purchased to be a data center.
No.
Just saying,
Port
listen,
Authority.
Relax.
That's not true.
Hold on.
Yeah, I have to-
Listen,
That's not
I
true.
get what y'all saying. I've been in the meeting and I've seen the paperwork with what that company intends.
If you could provide any paperwork
I
that
will.
says
I'll
that they
give it
have
to you.
applied for a data center, that they have
Listen.
submitted any application to our zoning or planning
That's
office for a
inaccurate.
data center, if they have submitted anything with respect to the acquisition, please provide it to me.
Okay, I will.
I'm very, very conscious of what data centers have to do. We are meeting with another potential developer about a data center, but it is not at the Anheuser-Busch location. And we would not approve a data center at a location that would have an adverse impact on our water, on the electric rates, or making sure that there would be any increase in the rates that our residents would have to pay with respect to increased electric use. And please apologize to the
No,
council
you're good.
president, council members, but that's,
All right.
it's really important that misinformation like that, I have to
Yeah.
provide that information. I'm happy to discuss further with you
Right.
as we go along, but that is just not the case.
Okay.
Yeah,
let's-
Mr. Chair, and to the BA's point, I'm the councilman in that ward, so I definitely want to speak to that because, you know, people have been putting that false narrative out. And what it does is it creates a scare for something that is positive, that is really about to happen in that area as it relates to the amount of jobs that is about to create, not just for South Ward residents, but residents throughout the city, and the conversations that we've been having with these individuals face to face, and getting the assurity and understanding our position as a city about what needs to happen in that location, in space, and making sure that it does happen. So I just want the residents of the South Ward to be clear about that is listening now as it relates to that. The other information that the BA, you know, pointed to about other possibilities of that is something that may have to be handled on the administrative end, but as it relates to the South Ward and the Anheuser-Busch property, 1,000% assurance, and I normally don't say that here, but I can say it with affirmity, 1,000% assurance that what is about to happen at that place is about to be a win, not just for the city, but the residents in the South Ward.
Okay, sounds good to me. But like I said, I will share my paperwork. We already have 4 data centers that I've confirmed downtown North on Halsey Street. So I get it. I understand what people tell us, but I've been in the meetings with those companies that are putting up data centers, and I'm telling you, they're not always transparent with what they're gonna do with the building. Now, I don't think that you would do anything, Councilman Council, and I'm not fighting with anybody in here. I'm just telling you what I have, and I don't just circle, and nor do you, in this city. I've been a big part of this data center thing for the last 2 years, and the paperwork that I have, and they intend to do that. Now, I would hope that if it came that way, we would stop it. I agree with that. But there are currently in Newark 4 data centers in 4 different locations on Halsey Street. That I have confirmed because I called the companies myself. Now, did we know possibly that they were going in there? Because they may be 1-floor things, they may be 2-floor things, I don't know. But I've been very concerned about that because when my public service bill goes from $215 to $618 in 1 month, and I see what they're pushing across the country and across the state, I gotta be very concerned. And I'm not saying that you're not concerned, but I am. because Arizona has lost 80% of their natural water already. So that's the only reason why I'm saying anything, because I don't want us to be in that position. We have major water that we own, right? Because we don't just have one reservoir. And I don't want us to be turning around in 5 years, matter of fact, in 2 years, saying one reservoir is dried up like they're doing in Arizona right now. And now, no, we're not Arizona, but I just want us to move with a element of caution, because there are already some here that we didn't know about. Just like the substation on Central Avenue and what that's bringing to us now, that we've let them put up an 8-story substation and an 8-story substation next to it right on Central Avenue and 15th Street. So I'm very concerned about that, because people are calling me about their bills. And so it's not personal. Please, it's not personal. I'm just looking out for all of us, because it's a concern when our bills triple and quadruple like this. So just a caution. I will share what I have, and I will definitely sit down with my brother, counsel over here. Yeah, I was getting ready to call you Reverend, so I got to put the other hat on. I know. And so we can discuss that, because we just should be watching those kind of things coming into the city, because sometimes we about business and money, and we don't look at what they're doing when they're coming. And I'm not saying that you're doing that. I'm just saying sometimes these folks come in here, oh yeah, we'll give you $500 over here and $600, and then they turn around as they did in the North Ward and they sell the city property that we gave them. That's my only concern. I know it's a private sale, yes, sir, but I'm just.
Go ahead, Director.
Council President, council members, we've been working with the clerk for the last maybe four or 5 years to try to get a tour to the watershed for the clerk's office and the council members. I think we sent the email out maybe this past week. And we're looking forward to try to schedule that for a part of your days, because I think, it's one thing to talk about the watershed. It's one thing to talk about the water infrastructure, but you need to see the improvements that we've done in the last 12 years to our water and wastewater system. And a part of that, I just want to always say this. In 2010, a report came out under the Book administration that we needed $1.5 billion to maintain this system. And the Christie administration told us to put it up for sale. So we need to see that our most valuable resource next to our residents, right? That what we're doing to protect it. You're right. Water is precious and valuable. We own a lot of it, right? We have the most, and I'm gonna say this again, we have the most interconnections in the state. When there was a drought, Newark still had water. But also, when towns are in trouble, they call Newark for emergency water supply.
You're right in terms of the water. You're right, because that asset, Mayor Booker wanted Unite Water to buy, and I was one of those councilmen who said, hell no. And it was Donald Tucker, who stood here, and Ron, and we said, no. We're not going to sell the right of this water to Unite Water to resolve some other problems of building something else here in Newark, or creating a deficit that he created that we didn't create. And, at the time, that was the given.
Yeah.
But they wanted us, and we said, hell no, we're not selling that right to no one. No.
So I just want to make sure that
They
you
wanna
got the email.
privatize it.
Council President, I just want to make sure everyone got the email. We'll enjoy having you come see how we are upgrading our water and wastewater infrastructure. And our men and women is working. Thank you.
Unite Water. Unite. We're getting a nice department.
Department of Recreation, Cultural Affairs, and Civil
Okay.
Services.
Amazing, Director Kadeem.
Super Director.
Super.
Mohammed. Both of them failed. Both of them.
Yeah, no. He went in for the arena.
I'm clear.
Well, Sean wanted, the water optimization was not. The water optimization was that water.
Yeah, that's.
Test.
We're having a sidebar conversation here.
Recreation.
Okay. Hey, Director, opening statement.
One of my,
Good, almost good night.
love them, yes.
Some good people.
They
This
help
is the
everybody.
recreation and,
Their money gets spread all over the place.
yeah. And
I
senior
want to
services.
say, great evening,
Good evening.
Good evening.
Council President, distinguished council members. My name is Donnell Redding, the Director of Recreation, Coach Affairs, and Senior Services. To the right of me, I have my Assistant Director, Ms. Keisha Raspberry. To the far right of Ms. Raspberry, I have our Department Chief of Staff, Mr. Marquise Lewis. And also to the left of me, I have our Senior Administrative Analyst, Mr. Ennis, Mr. Walford. So I want to start there with giving an opening statement. So, great evening, Council President, honorable members of the Municipal Council. It is my privilege to appear before you this afternoon on behalf of the Department of Recreation, Coach Affairs, and Senior Services. My name is Donnell Redding, and I'm honored to serve as the Director of the department. Thank you for the opportunity to present our proposed fiscal year 2026 budget and share our continued commitment to serving the residents of Newark. The mission of the Department of Recreation, Coach Affairs is to enhance the quality of life for residents of all ages by providing safe, inclusive, and impactful programs, services, and opportunities throughout each of our 5 wards. Through our recreation centers, centers of hope, senior services facilities, cultural programs, parks, athletic initiatives, and community events, we create welcoming spaces where residents can learn, connect, engage, and thrive. The proposed fiscal year 2026 budget reflects our commitment to responsible fiscal management, operational excellence, and strategic investments that deliver meaningful community impact. We remain focused on maintaining safe and accessible facilities, expanding programming, opportunities, supporting youth development, enriching the lives of older adults, promoting health and wellness, and celebrating Newark's rich cultural environment. In addition, over the past year, the Department of Recreation, Coach Affairs, and Senior Services has continued to strengthen services through recreational programming, cultural initiatives, senior engagement, youth enrichment activities, athletic opportunities, community partnerships. These accomplishments are made possibly through the dedication and hard work of our team members, who continue to provide a quality service and programs for Newark residents every single day. As we move forward into the fiscal year 2026, our priorities remain centered on enhancing our facilities, increasing access to programs and services, investing in our youth and seniors, strengthening community partnerships, and ensuring that every investment made by the city creates a positive and lasting impact. I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to Honorable Mayor Raz J. Baraka for his continued leadership and vision, our business administrator, Mr. Eric Penninan, and the administration for their partnership and support, and the honorable members of the Municipal Council for your continued commitment to the residents of Newark. Thank you for your time and consideration. It's my honor to present the Department of Recreation, Culture Affairs, and Senior Services fiscal 2026 budget. I look forward to sharing our accomplishments, priorities, and vision for the year ahead. Thank you.
Questions from council?
So I'm going to go a little bit in depth, right, in terms of what we asking for in our budget.
Okay.
So we really wanted to streamline our budget to keep it as it was the budget for last year, which was $10,470,000. Due to the reorganization, I heard, I'm quite certain you heard Director Ideen earlier stated that the reorg of the business service workers and other different divisions. Well, we also had a reorganization, and our reorganization consisted of bringing Parks and Grounds back into the Department of Recreation, Culture Affairs, and Senior Services, and taking on our the BSW workers to actually operate at 6 of our recreation facilities, 4 of our Centers of Hope facilities, and also 5 of our senior services facilities. So with that would bring us, right, with our budget, we was requesting for $10.4 million to keep it stable across what we had for 2025. it's going to be an increase of $628. That is a at this particular time, that is $5,489,078.61 at 46.42%. That's year to date. Our precise employees, I just want to run them down in our department. We have 11 precise employees for senior services. For recreation, we have 25. For the director's office is 0. That's a total of 36. We have provisional employees in recreation. We have that numbered at 33, the director's office 2, and our senior services is 11. So that brings us up to a total of 46. Our permanent employees in recreation, that number is 35. And the senior services division is 6. And and my office, director's office, is 4. So that's a total of 45. So let me just jump into the reorg a little bit. The reorg, once again, consists of division, the business service workers, service workers, which is at the number is 16. Labor's at 14, BSW's at 6. That's a total of 20 team members. And also we had 11 additional members that consisted of 1 manager of sanitation, 1 chief stationary engineer, 1 assistant chief clerk, building service workers 4, supervisors of parks 1, labor gardeners, that's 40 hours at 2 team members apiece. And we have another laborer at 1, and that's a total of 11, which brings us to a total of 31 total new team members that brought our budget up from 10.4 to 11.8. So in addition to that, I want to break down our budget from each division by line by line. I just want to go from the initial cost to how much we spent and what's the percentage of how much we spent and what we would have left if this budget is approved. So the director's office is at $533,000. The expenses was $347,000. We actually spent 65% of our budget in my office at 1601, the director's office. And just want to sum that up, and just to give you the increase of that, what we are asking for is a $1,354,628. That's consisted of 31 new team members. I'm open for questions.
Questions? Questions? Councilwoman Bay.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Director Redding. So a couple of things. So you listed here that you have 6 vacancies, right? You listed 6 vacancies, but you have what, 40, was it 46 provisionals?
Yeah.
Okay, are we looking to fill those vacancies, starting with the people who are on the provisional list?
Actually, some of those positions were filled. It just didn't hit that it didn't print off the LGS. But our whole objective is to have those provisionals move over to permanency.
Okay, and
And
then,
but that's all dependent on they take the civil service test and pass the civil service test exam.
okay, so the only people in the department that are permanent are people who have taken civil service tests?
Yes. We have we have some provisionals that been provisionals for a while, and the HR is starting to send out those tests, and now we have a large population of team members taking those tests, and we have quite a few in the queue that I would go over with the team to bring those over to adjust them to bring them as permanent employees.
So there's no permanent, everybody who's permanent is in civil service, has taken
Yes,
civil
mhm.
service test in civil service.
Yes.
Okay, all right. The other thing is that I was looking for the, and I apologize if you had mentioned it in your presentation and I missed it, about the funding priorities, about the top priorities. Did you, I was looking at that and there's part of the priorities, about enhancement in different recreational centers. Because I know that in the beginning, years ago, there was a lot of advertisement of the rec centers and we had Senator Hope and all of this stuff. And we don't hear a lot about that anymore. And I know that of course they do exist, but how are we getting the information out there? Because you still hear today people saying, there's no recreation, there's nothing for the kids, nothing for the kids, but we know that you have a whole department that's dedicated to that. But I don't see in the budget that's anything that's dedicated to making sure that the information gets out to the community. The same thing with senior services. You guys do so much for the seniors, but again, we're constantly getting complaints that if you're not in a senior building, you don't get the information. And we have seniors all over the state who live in apartments, live with other family members, they live in the neighborhoods. And so I would like to see part of the budget be dedicated to getting information out into the community about all of the wonderful things that you do. And having someone assigned to that, because I don't see that here. And if it is here, please, I apologize for missing
Yeah,
it.
we had a communications, what was the title? We had a communications person that just left. That was a communication officer, assistant communication officer. Unfortunately, this specific person left us 5 minutes. It was his specific job at that time to ensure we get all the information out to IT, to communications, through brochures, through the internet, and our City of Newark website. So we have a available opening for that to look for someone else to continue to do that so we can provide information to all the residents.
And just one last question. I see you have the breakdown of the overtime analysis and you have it split by areas, the director's office, recreation, cultural affairs, senior services, but I don't see that same pie chart or split with just the current and proposed budget. The split, how much for each area, director's office, recreation, cultural affairs, and senior services. What the proposed.
For overtime, I have it listed in each division.
No.
My
Yeah,
office
there's a
actually,
percentage of each one. Yeah, no, the percentage of the budget that goes to each department.
what's that?
The percentage of the budget that's split up between each department. I see it in the overtime analysis in the pie chart, but I just didn't see it for the current and the proposed budget. So if we could get that, I'd appreciate it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. But I have it listed. I can actually give you those numbers if you need those numbers. I can read them off if you want to. At this present time in our 1606, which is recreation, which is budgeted for $74,000 in overtime. We actually spent $35,000 overtime. That's 47% of our budget. And we had $39,000 left in overtime.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I was sorry if I was confusing. No, we have it here, the overtime analysis. I meant the actual, what your current budget is and then what your proposed budget is, the percentage of that total number, how it's split up between the different departments. If you could send that, the same way you have the overtime
Yeah, yeah.
analysis?
Mhm.
Yes, if you could send that. I
Yeah, I'll
appreciate
send it over.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Council.
Yeah. One, in your front, just what happened to your 800 lines?
Well,
The 800 lines are not there. They need to be there because it gives us an understanding what needs to happen. Also, under Recreation 71280, I'm a little surprised that you only asked for a $52,000 increase in other professional services when that carries all of some of your contractual stuff, some of the things that you need to make the recreational facilities go in terms of supplies. That's why I was looking for your 800 lines because we get constant calls about shortage of supplies in a lot of these centers. And I want to know what you've budgeted last year and what was your budget this year for the 800 lines for supplies, materials, not just for senior services, but for recreation. So if you can provide me with that, that would be important. And then I just have these few questions and I'm finished. How much money do you currently have in your recreation trust account? Do you know that number?
Yeah. That number is $54,410.29.
What was that number again?
$54,410.29.
Okay. And how much do you currently have in the open space trust fund?
Well, our open space currently is $9,057,000 and $11.17. Some of that money is being drawn down on because we already have projects in the hopper.
Yeah.
So that number that you see, which is the number until we draw it down, that is the current number right now.
I get it. How much money have we generated from ice rink rentals?
Wow, that ice rink rentals, we don't separate that. The ice rink rentals, the community pass, the parks permits, all that get bundled up together and it goes into our recreation trust.
So the purpose of fixing the ice rink and getting that up was to help as a revenue generator, and not just for the community usage, but for outside rental of rec fees. You know, some folks are getting $300 for ice time, $400 for ice time, $500 for ice time, outside entities and other entities. And so if we can figure out a way to get fundamentally back to that, that can be able to help procure more revenue that can be generated through rec. And
That's why I'll
can-
need the council support, because then I will have to come back and we'll have to do a resolution, then we'll have to change the ordinance.
But
in
you
terms of
wouldn't,
what it
because
is.
it's already in place. I just think that the fundamental piece is advertising that we have ice rink time to individuals around Essex County and other places that are looking for ice rink time. Doesn't matter if it's Clifton or if it's Irvington and Newark. There are a lot of individuals that need ice rink time. NJIT, hockey team, Rutgers may have a hockey team. They need ice rink time. And so fundamentally, if we get the ice rink time and use those dollars, some of those dollars you can use to even have a staff member come in early to facilitate what that looks like with the ice rink time. So that was it. And then just want to reassure and go back.
The maintenance of the
I just want to go
HVAC.
back. I just want to go back on the record and ensure that the dollars that were supposed to be sent over for maintenance, parks and grounds be sent over as well. That we make sure that goes over. And then
So I do, if I can
Ms.
add
Tate-
kindly, respectfully, Councilman, that also next year, and if we're looking at 2027, that is also going to show a reflection of an increase also within the budget again.
Well, it will, but based off of what the administration has said, that is gonna, they're going to move those funds into a different account that you'll be able to monitor. Really needed those 800 accounts. I don't know why they're not.
We
in
have the
in
800
book.
counts in
I
front
don't-
of us. We could submit it to you. We could send it.
Yes, so I can have that number. And then lastly, I'm not sure where the BA went, but Ms. Tate, I'm requesting that we, instead of the 52,229, that we find and round it out an additional 100,000 to go into the 71280 line under recreation professional services. So it's just an addition of 40,000. Thank you. I'm good.
Councilman Crump.
Thank you, Council President. Just a question with regards to, I guess they call it the community pass. How much money revenue has been generated from the community pass for non-residents?
Remember you asked me that before the last couple of years. We got to run a report for you. So I'll give you that information. We'll run a report for residents and non-Newark residents and look at the comparisons.
Okay, and would you also, I guess you would also have the number of community passes too?
Yes, that'll all come off the report.
Okay, great, thank you.
You're welcome.
It's not a question, but something that just came up as since you're sitting here. I was told by a few members of the senior community that Nelly Grid needs to be cleaned up. That's all I'm gonna say. All right. So maybe send
I'll
somebody
look
down and
into
take a
it.
look at it.
I'll look into
All
it.
right.
All
Thank
right.
you.
You're welcome. I don't know if that's gonna come out of this year budget or next year budget. You know, but they talked about moving those funds from public buildings, but the floor at Nelly Greer needs to be redone immediately. So I don't know if that can happen this year. We shouldn't have to wait on it, but that floor needs to be redone. All of the tile is ripped up, the floor is loose, and I'm quite sure that people would have reported it or should have reported, and if not, just want to use this little moment to report it. But that entire floor needs to be redone, and if we're able to get some quotes within the next 2 weeks or so to figure out how do we get that done so we don't have any slip and falls or injuries at that facility, that would be greatly received. Thank you.
I speak with my director colleague on that.
Councilwoman Jackson.
When you could, in terms of staff, I just need to see the difference between a program specialist, a program event coordinator, a recreational program coordinator. I don't mind people making money. I do not, but the big ticket items here. Manager of sanitation, what does that job entail? In regards to the lifeguards, I see some make 20, some make 40. Is that a difference of full-time and part-time?
Yeah, seasonal.
Okay.
And then the numbers that you mentioned for recreation program coordinator versus the program coordinator / special events, those are our civil service position. One, recreation program coordinator make more than program coordinators due to the state and civil service.
Okay, so in those.
And we only have one of those titles.
No, got you. So in the big ticket items, everybody that make over 80, I'll just leave it like that. If I could get a list of them and what their job title is.
Yeah, it's in your book right there.
But it doesn't tell me what they do. I want to look a little.
I gave you
know,
justification.
If they're an assistant to you, if they, just do programming, I just like to know that and whether they are or are not civil service.
Okay.
If you don't mind, thank you so much.
Is that specifically over 80 or are you just starting from 70?
Yeah, over 80 is good.
Okay.
Thank you, Council President. Director, how you doing? Mine's is not so much of a question right now. I think my council colleagues asked the questions that I wanted to ask. But I just want to say thank you because when I call your office, when it's concerning seniors eating, seniors riding the bus, you guys are there, and you let me know what's real, what can be done, what can't be done. And when it comes to the youth, I think that sometimes it might have been Councilwoman Jackson or maybe it was Pat, but talking about communication. Oh, no, I'm sorry, it was Amina Bay. To get the information out to the people, right? Because you guys do so many great things. And I think that the booklet is amazing. I think that we got to get into the future, as Congresswoman LaMonica used to say, the 21st century, and get these websites in a way that, and I don't know if it's some room in your budget to kind of push that to make the website just kind of more acclimated to the things that you guys do. And that's easy as said, right? Because a lot of seniors don't use the computers that way, right? So it's like a rock and a hard place, but I do think that you guys you guys have amazing programs, and the people that are watching, if you search it, you will find it, as well as us trying to disseminate it to the people. So thank you for that. Thank you for the things that I call you for with the youth in the West Ward. One thing that we just did this weekend that was amazing, taking the children to, out of state, to Connecticut and New York City, and thank you for that. But the main thing that I'm excited to partner with you, and you're a West Warder too. I don't think the BA understands that after these budget hearings, I have a whole deck coming to him about rebuilding Boylan Street Recreational Center. That has been a project of mine since I got elected in 2022. The mayor said it was very ambitious, and he was right. It is ambitious, but it's deserving of our community, of our entire city, not just the West Ward, the entire city. I'm so excited about it because I've been working on it through 2 years ago, and I feel like it's coming to fruition enough to put on the BA's desk. And I have, we're talking about $7 to $10 million a phase in 4 phases. And I have some great leads, BA, great leads. Thank God for the music industry. But even more so than that, I can't wait to really sit down with you to show you what this public partnership looks like and be able to talk to you and put it on all of the people who need to be involved, all the way, to the BA, to the mayor, to everybody. But I think people are going to be surprised what 2 West Waters are about to do with Boylan Street Recreational Center. So thank you too for your support.
Councilwoman Scott Roundtree.
I guess I won't be the only one that don't say anything, but I'm going to piggyback on everybody very briefly. Councilwoman Bay spoke about the information getting out and you're getting ready to hire someone. But I do know, because I sit in some of the other meetings where the mailers do go out to those who sign up. That's for the senior population, because you deal with 2 very vulnerable populations, the senior population and our youth. So the mailer goes out to those who have signed up, and they get all of the information for the calendars of everything you do all month. Councilman Kelly is speaking about the youth and them not getting the information, and the books are good, but I'm not sure that when you get the person that's going to be your communications person to get the information out, whether we put these books in schools, whether we have liaisons between recreation, senior services, and other entities to get the information out, because everybody's not on social media, even though our young people are very social media savvy, and seniors are definitely not always on social media platforms. So as you move forward, which I know you did discuss, that homeowners that do call us and complain about not being able to go on the trips, Newark, New Jersey has one of the best senior services programs in the state. How I know? Because I catch people and tell them they don't live here, how you on the trip? I'm just saying, they do it. They sign up and maybe use auntie's address or something. So other municipalities want to do what we do, but we want to make sure we don't leave out that homeowner population and the youth that might not be getting the information through the books that are sitting in our offices or in City Hall. Thank you so very much. And thank you for partnering with me on so many things with the seniors and the youth. Some of the programming that I've done when I was in administration and since I've been on the council would have never happened had it not been for you partnering and being a sole participator of making sure those programs were a success. So thank you for your leadership and your team.
Thank you,
Director,
Councilwoman.
thank you. Director, in terms of Councilwoman Bay talked about messaging, I think we have to message it in different languages. Because again, there is Portuguese, Spanish, Creole. I mean, it has to, we have to do a better job in all the departments of messaging, message to the folks, Some people don't know, as Councilman Kelly said, the wonderful things that the Department of Recreation does, because they don't read about it. They don't know about it. I remember back in the 90s, it was JFK was the main attraction. They would come from every swimming team around the state of New Jersey because we have the best pool in the whole Northeast corridor that has an Olympic size for competition. So they used to come over by busloads to use our pool. So the same thing has to be done with the hockey, the other amenities that we have in the city. So again, the messaging should be in different languages so that we can get people to come into use our facilities. We have great facilities, and you're doing a great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for the scoreboard for Albert Coutinho that my Councilman Silva wanted me to let you know that. It was very appreciative of your effort. Quick.
Thank you, Council
Thank
President.
you. Thank you.
Cool. All right.
Nice department.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Keisha, how many more we have?
24, 22,
Thank you, guys.
Oh, so we have
22,
mayor's office,
24.
Four,
clerk,
clerk
and the library.
and affirmative action.
We don't,
Library's gone?
Just the mayor's office and agencies and everything.
in the
Okay.
kitchen, in the cafeteria,
All right,
dinner.
let's go.
Oh.
Let's go to mayor's office.
Mayor's office and agencies?
So we're not,
All right.
first of all,
Welcome to the marathon banquet.
oh, we got the courts.
Yeah, no, that's
We are four.
Courts is back.
courts too, Keisha.
Courts, affirmative
Courts
action.
and affirmative action in the mayor,
Huh?
It's the
the
mayor's
library.
off-
You got four more.
Yes, mayor's office and agencies. The mayor's
Oh,
Oh,
office. will-
agencies, right,
The mayor's office will open, the agencies will follow.
right,
You got books for them.
all right.
Good evening, Council President, members.
Can you
of-
speak to the microphone? Okay,
Here come the agencies, Council President.
Good evening, Council
Courts.
President, members of the Municipal Council, and members of the public. My name is Amira Britt Jones, and I thank you for the opportunity to present the proposal 2026 budget for the Office of the Mayor. To my right, I have Chief Public Defender Herbert Washington, and we will be representing the Office of the Mayor, the agencies to follow. Sorry. Thank you. Agencies to follow would be Newark Workforce Development Board, and that's Karen Gaylord, which is the Executive Director, Grace Yee, Chief Physical Officer. For the affirmative action, I have David Carter, Senior Program Manager. I also have Newark Public Library, and as you know, Newark Museum has already presented themselves. I'm open for any questions.
a question
I'm new
from the
to this,
council.
so please forgive me.
Any questions? Councilwoman Bay.
Good evening, can you do it?
Good evening.
And again, I sound like a broken record. I apologize if I missed it. But is there a breakdown because you have so many different departments that go under the office of the mayor, of provisional employees by department? How many, who they are and how long that they've been provisional employees?
That would be on section 3 or tab 3. I can provide that in writing, or I can provide it to you now.
It's
I
nothing-
know.
Yeah, because I only see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that's only the mayor's, but there's nothing that has the other.
Agencies, yes.
You understand what I'm saying?
I understand.
Yeah, so if you could send that.
Yes,
if we
ma'am,
could-
I can provide that in
get that,
writing.
I appreciate it.
Noted. Any other questions? Councilman Jackson. And
Yes,
I'll get back to it.
Microphone.
Excuse me again. If I could just have a little detail on your first page where it says other expenses, 18,822,000. If you could just send me what that covers. And I had one more, but my blue paper fell off. I saw a couple of staff, I did have the blue paper on here. Saw a couple of staff that were being paid by another agency, not necessarily the mayor's department. And I had my little blue, give me 2 seconds. If I don't find it, I'll send it to you in the email.
Yeah.
Did see a couple of staff members that weren't included in the, budget. But they were there, but not paid for out of, your
The mayor's-
budget necessarily. So if I
Yes.
don't find it, I'll send an email to, the
All
clerk.
right.
Okay. Yeah, they, okay. Thanks for my council colleague. It's not covered by a grant. Okay, so could you turn me your page? I don't see it. I've had it. I know I just had it, but I can borrow yours if you don't mind. Okay, so, there's several individuals here, that receive payment, staff not funded by city or grants. And there's several salaries. You know, I don't need to call any names, but how is that, you know, what,
So what tab, I'm sorry, are you looking
oh, I'm
at?
at the, it's in the
Is that
last.
tab 12?
It's behind 12, yes.
Okay.
And the
So
top
those are
reads,
our,
Office of Mayor and agency staff not funded by city or grant.
yes, those are our precise employees.
Okay. Gotcha. And if I could just have that miscellaneous breakdown,
The miscellaneous, which
that's on
is-
on page 2. I
Okay.
mean, in the very
So,
front.
The miscellaneous that we have, it's actually,
I'm sorry, the total other expenses. I apologize, it's not miscellaneous. It's the 18 million?
I'll provide that for you in
Right,
writing.
okay, thank you. And
You're
that's,
welcome.
that'll conclude my stuff. Thank
Any
you.
other questions? Councilman.
Good evening, evening.
Night.
Good evening.
Ooh, a question with regards to, and I apologize because it's late and I can't recall. In terms of staffing and the number of judges, well, you know, I don't know if you can answer so much. Number of judges, do you have the full complement of judges now?
We don't, that would not be.
Councilman,
That's not under the department. They're coming up
Reports
next,
are
and
coming.
I know I see them. That's why I'm throwing it out there.
They're
So be
coming
prepared
next.
to answer that question, right? I guess my other question is really, I guess, more towards, well, no, I don't. I'm good, thank you.
Thank you so much. Next department.
So we're gonna do the courts next, and then we'll come back to the other agencies.
No, I think I had another question. Thank you. Oh, okay.
What's this, the courts? Thank you.
Council President, council members, good evening.
Good evening.
Evening.
My name is Keith Harvest. I am a judge in the municipal court. With me are my coworkers, Shaka Lamonius, Director, Denise Bivens, Acting Interim Director, and Diane Riley, Chief Accountant. I respectfully present to you the budget of municipal court. The court has established an organizational stability. Our case dispositions have increased dramatically, and as a result, backlogs we are clearing up, assuring that justice in Newark are neither delayed or denied. The Newark Municipal Court does not merely adjudicate matters, but we have developed meaningful and rehabilitative solutions. Our goal is designated to interpret the negative cycle of recidivism and restore individuals to normal lives. To that goal, we have launched or about to launch a new virtual consumer customer service option, allowing court customers to seek answers to inquiries remotely and conveniently. We established a mental health court pilot program, linking the court with mental health professionals who attempt to identify justice-involved individuals who are suffering with mental health concerns. Finally, we have revitalized the Truant Alternative Program, a collaboration with several partners, including the YMCA and the Office of Attendance of the Newark Public School System. The proposed budget reflects a court that is fiscally sound, tech effective, and committed to justice. Every dollar of our budget reflects accountability, integrity, and adherence to the rule of law. Any questions?
Questions from council? Any questions?
Yeah, just one question, just for now. I noticed you asked for, it seems like a $207,000 increase in overtime for this year. What was the reason for that?
That's due to our vacancies and our backlog has increased.
The number of revenue that we've brought in from the courts this year, has it been broken down? I've seen it before. It's broken down into, I think it was criminal, traffic. Right. Can you give me those numbers again? Do we separate the code complaints as well? Like the number of revenue we brought in from code complaints?
So the code complaints go under our criminal category?
So it fits under criminal?
Correct. It's
What
just
was,
two
what
big
was the number that we brought in so far this year? I believe we were triggering upward.
You said for criminal?
Yeah, it was up until July. There was a number, I believe it was,
That's the one that's 60,567 for this year. In July.
right. So,
Are you looking, I'm sorry, are you looking for the total number or just criminal?
right, no, the total, I'm looking for the total number for criminal, because there was a number.
Yes.
Up until July.
So-
And I know you have, it was like,
Absolutely.
last year this time, we were here.
Yes.
Right? This year, this time at July, this is where we were, and if we run out the rest of the year, this is possibly where we would be. And I'm
Correct.
getting to, it should have been trending upward based off of what the number was last year. I don't know, was it 12 million or 13 million?
Correct. So for our total gross revenue, year to date, we have generated $12,013,463.32. Specifically for the criminal aspect or revenue, we're at $603,116.31.
Compared to last year this time.
So when we're
what
comparing
was
it
the
to last
number?
year this
Right.
time, compared to last year, total number for last year was $21,501,973. So
Mhm.
we're pretty much surpassed that. We're more than double. I'm sorry, we're past the halfway mark for.
Right. And that's the point I'm trying to get at. In terms of criminal, the amount of dollars that maybe having a slight increase this year compared to last year. That's just under the criminal piece, not traffic. I know traffic
Yes.
is a little exponentially higher. It's getting better, right?
Yes. So
So
for
what was the
criminal,
number
like-
for traffic?
Yes, and just to circle back to that, for the criminal aspect, last year in total, we generated 646,668. Year to date, from year to date to June, we've generated 603. So as of June, we've already generated just about the same amount of, we've generated last year for the total year, for criminal specifically.
Criminal, right.
Yes.
And now,
For traffic, year to date being June, we've generated $12,966,360.62. The total generated for traffic for 2025 was $20,855,305.
Right.
So we're more than halfway. At the June, which is the halfway mark, we've already
trending
surpassed.
upward.
Correct.
Right. And then the other category, there was criminal, traffic, and there was another category.
We only separate out to criminal
Those
and
two
traffic.
right there, right. So hence, out of the request of overtime, how many folks stayed behind to make sure that the trend was moving upward?
So that trend is moving upward. I would say approximately half of our staff, give or take.
Mhm.
We have a lot of backlog projects that we undertake, and that's what makes our revenue increase as well.
That's what I was getting at.
So it's just, so our increase in our request for our overtime is justified in our means of revenue. I was trying not to answer. Thank you. No problem.
Yeah. Thank you, Council President. A couple questions. So, I'm looking through it now. You have one vacancy for judge right now, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And how many part-time judges? I'm seeing only one, but I thought there was more than one part-time.
No, we have a full staff besides that. Judge Sanks King retired.
Okay. So there are no, other than the one part-time judge that I see, there aren't any additional part-time judges?
There's one part-time judge.
Are there others that are on call that can come in at times? Is that what it is?
There are some that are called from other municipalities.
Okay, all right. Yeah, and with regards to, and this may be a tricky kind of question regarding revenue generation. Is there anything that you can at least say to us in terms of what you're doing different this year than last year that assists in revenue generation for the municipal court?
Right now, we at the present time, we are trying to assist the.
I hate to say this, Ms. Bivens, I can't hear you.
Okay, so could you repeat the question?
And I know
please?
you loud, because I've heard you before, so.
Can you repeat the question, please? Thank you. Can you repeat the question?
In terms of revenue yeah, okay.
Oh,
Just want to jump in and help real quick. Just given the hour, Eric Pennington, Business Administrator. With respect to an increase in revenue generation, particularly on the traffic side, it is a direct result of suspensions being imposed now and failures to appear where we're allowed to make defendants come in. In prior years, due to COVID, the suspension of driver licenses was suspended.
Yeah.
That is no longer the case. And we are actively pursuing that through Ms. Lamonius and Ms. Bivens, and under the leadership of the acting chief judge. They have pursued that vigorously, and we will continue to do so. And so we expect that portion of the revenue generation will increase. The other part with respect to criminal now is all the judges are seeing cases. And again, we can issue warrants, and that was not the case in the past, the recent past anyway. So it's making people more responsible, and we're going to pursue that as well.
Thank you. And just, I guess, an additional question with regards to the revenue generation and specifically, well, it doesn't have to be specific, but with, so year to date, do you have a variance determining from year to date what was last year to this time from this year? Particularly since now that there should be an increase based upon the fact that the state is now allowing suspension of licenses.
Okay, so year to date, we've generated $12,013,463. Compared to year to date last year, which we were at about 10 million.
Okay.
So it's about a $2
$2
million
million
difference.
increase.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
No.
Other questions? Other questions? Thank you.
All right. And Judge Elias would like to apologize. She had a pre-existing commitment.
All right, no problem. He sent the team.
So you draw the short straw, as they say, huh?
Sent the team and he sent the BA too.
Thank you.
So once
Thank you.
again, I just want to say thank you to Mr. Lamonius for coming today. She actually on leave, but she came today to assist with the presentation of the budget now.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's why I wasn't trying to answer.
Good night.
And once again, I've been acting since May the 2026. So it's been like 6 weeks.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Ms. Bivens. Denise Bivens.
Workforce development? Still here? Is workforce still here? No?
She was here yesterday, hit the chairs.
If not, I can go.
She was here for a minute, too.
Shay, you're the last department?
I'm the last.
Yeah, I like this.
How long is yours? Can we do yours next week?
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding.
We're gonna knock this out.
We're doing yours today.
Miss
She got a
Gaylord.
museum. Going to the
Today,
sign.
it ain't but 2
Wow.
pages.
He said going to the museum.
Almost there.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Karen Gaylord, the Executive Director for the Newark Workforce Development Board. And to my right is Wo-Sien Yi, otherwise known as Grace, fondly by all of us, who is the Chief Fiscal Officer. The Mayor's Office of Employment and Training, as the core of the Newark workforce system, is committed to delivering all the resources we can bring to bear to ensure that Newark residents, especially those living in poverty, surviving homelessness, returning from justice involvement, enduring disabilities, rearing children alone, breaking color and gender barriers in the trades, and youth who are struggling to remain connected to their potential, receive the best we can deliver as public servants. We have realigned our governance structure to move more efficiently and compliantly, and we have shifted our resources and personnel to focus intensely on employment, while we care deeply about training and reskilling our residents, especially our youth. At the end of the day, good jobs or business startups that pay a living wage on a road to real financial empowerment and generational wealth are how we will know that Newarkers have been well served. We're open to your questions.
Questions? Any questions? That's one.
Thank you, Director Gaylord. A breakdown, I'm asking everybody the same question, breakdown of provisional employees that you have in your department for whether or not they work for Workforce Development Board, if they're in Newark Works, if they're in the youth department, who they are, how long they've been there, and what's the plan to make them permanent?
Okay, so go ahead, Grace.
This is the picture we have. So that is the breakdown. We have
Okay. I'm assuming that everybody has this. Yes?
I don't have that. No.
No.
You do not?
No.
Do
Oh,
not.
we have copies.
Is it?
In there, part of it.
Slide. I think give it a slide.
It's in this one, yes.
Okay.
Make it hard. Thank you.
That may help a little.
You got more? Here. Here, take that. Okay, get me one. And we missed. No, we didn't get that. Councilwoman, did you get one?
It's just,
Yes, this is.
Yeah. We'll share.
No, I understand about the civil service, but so right now, everyone that's listed here is a permanent employee with full benefits and pension.
there is a schedule inside there with provisional employees, the temporary
that's what I'm saying.
workforce.
I
So
know
there's a
that there's
separate
provisional
schedule.
employees.
Yes.
Council President, council members, I just want to interject. Workforce development is not a traditional part of civil service. In the technical aspect, they're typically
Grant.
working at will. And I want to just make that for the record because I don't want people to think that civil service is a part of that office.
No, I definitely understand for the record, but I do, I know. So outside of that, how many, is it a separate, are they listed separately?
Yes,
That's what I'm asking. How many do we have?
We have 33. We have 33, 29 plus. We have 33.
Exhibit A1. I think you were asking about Exhibit A1 under Moet.
Is it, what, it's not, the pages aren't listed, so. Okay, but you're saying that it's in here, right? Because the pages aren't numbered, so I don't know where I'm going. Okay. So even if, okay, so I'll go through this and go through the list. So my question, again, I've been asking this question of every department about appointing, I'm sorry, asking this of all of the departments, the plan to make provisionals permanent. Has there been a plan that's included in this budget? Because I know that budgetary matters is, it's one of the challenges of that. Especially when we have a lot of people who are long-term provisional.
I think this is something we've been working on for a couple of years now to make sure that employees who've been with us on a temporary basis are moving where vacancies appear into permanent slots as long as they're performing well and still functioning in roles that matter to the way we are now conducting our business and interested in becoming permanent. And I think we've done a pretty good job of that so far. Where we are right now is, looking at the funding that we have, and as vacancies occur, making sure that we have trained people and cross-trained people so that as a position becomes available, they are prepared or nearly ready to move into a position that's become vacated. We've spent a lot of, I would say, the last 18 months trying to retool the workforce that we have to take advantage of those opportunities as they present themselves.
I appreciate that. I only have one other question. I know you had the move from 990 to McCarter Highway, and the state hopefully will be moving in soon. How is that impact on your budget reflected in this document? As far as the rents and all of that, is that reflected here, those changes? Or
It is-
is that forthcoming? Is that separate? Once they move in, then it'll be amended or updated?
It is for sure referenced in the budget to make sure everyone is aware that our timeline right now, we were actually anticipating a move possibly August 1st, and now it looks like that may be pushed to October 1st.
Okay.
But the state treasury office has visited, I would say at this point, 4 times or so, and are now coming every couple of weeks. Their furnishings are in the process of being procured. Their vendors are procured to come and set them up. So we think this time the move is the real deal.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I just want to make one statement, Ms. Gaylord. You are fantastic. And that move from 990, because I've only been to the new building twice, but I must say, impressive. I want to thank you for your valuable time that wasn't on the book that helped you create that. I want to thank you for, I'm sure a couple of dollars came out your pocket to make it in the place that it is, and you don't have to say it on the record. I'm just saying it because when you do things with love, it's going to happen, right? So if they bought you a paperclip holder and you didn't like how that looked, I'm sure you went out and got you something that looked the way you wanted. But I just want to acknowledge on the record. We have, summer job, always issues with the youth, always. But I just want to say your exemplary work in moving from 990 over to the other facility and creating rooms and spaces of instruction and where people can come. And if you haven't been to the new facility at 375 McCarter Highway, please go, because it's outstanding, it's fantastic. And again, it's getting it out there. And I think maybe we need to take some pictures inside, maybe with a couple of us standing in there, just to show off the rooms, to show off what you've done. I don't know what space we may lose that you created now that the state finally, because that's been a little while, now that they're finally gonna come over, but I just wanna say you did an outstanding job in creating that space and filling that space when they didn't come, because you did make use of that eyesore every corner of that building. And I wanna thank you for doing that for us, because nobody asked you. You did it on your own because you love the city, you love the program, and you love our community, and you made it happen. So thank you.
I want to thank you for acknowledging that and say it is, change is not easy. But I had a wonderful predecessor in this role in Councilwoman Bay, who built a system strong enough. And many of the people who are still with us today made that move. They were the motivation to get them out of a space that our residents didn't deserve to be in. I'm going to be just very frank about that.
That's right.
Our residents didn't deserve to be in that space. And it was because there were people really fighting to make this move. And sometimes it takes a couple of times before you can make it happen. But to see the staff who were there and lived through some turbulent times in a place where they can actually pour into our residents and give their very best, and a space that Newark deserves. I think it's the best one-stop in the state, and I've visited most of them. And we're gonna make it even better when our partners are under the same roof with us. The goal is to, show everybody what Newark can do, who we really are.
Councilwoman Roundtree.
Director Gaylord, someone used the word honorable describing you. I believe it was today, and Honorable Councilwoman Mildred Crump, God rest her soul, used to say honorable is a characteristic. Your characteristics, workforce development, as Councilwoman Jackson has stated, and if you have stated earlier, just now in your statement about Councilwoman Bay setting a standard for you to follow. That's what we're supposed to do, make things better, and you have done that. I know about some of even during your personal trials with your grandson, you still managed to keep workforce development on the rise with the staff, keeping their morale up, making sure that you took care of our residents. And it's not an easy place to be when you're already going through and trying to make a transition at the same time. It's in the best interest of our community. So as my colleagues have stated, we thank you for your leadership. We thank you for your characteristics and your honorable presence, while others are all, going through and not sure how to make the presentation as sweet as possible. You have been just that, honorable with integrity. Looking at 375 is amazing, all of the spaces, the graduations, and that's what we want to do, continue to help people to graduate to better. So continue to do what you're doing, and we know Newark will be the better for it. The mayor's administration, the municipal council, and our residents will benefit from your leadership. So thank you so very much for your leadership.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much. Good evening.
Seeing none.
Next,
It's like the
next department.
This is it. This is it.
Keisha, just get to it, and if we have some questions, we will. They will. Oh, she's got 30 questions. She's got 20. All right.
Here we go.
Yeah. Wait.
I'm sorry, Council President, council members.
What?
The library is next.
That's right.
You're gonna be the librarian.
I guess everybody's so tired, they just,
She's
they
doing the
sitting right behind you.
Oh, I'm so weird. I thought the library was, they're there. All right. Too quick. Good evening.
This is it.
Good evening.
This
Good
time.
evening, Council President Crump and esteemed members of the City Council and City Administration. My name is Sarah Wiggins. I'm the interim director for the Newark Public Library. And to my right is Sharon Little, who is the interim comptroller for the library. As you know, the Newark Public Library is much more than a place to borrow books. Our institution is a vital community connector and anchor organization that Newarkers and other visitors consistently depend on. We provide access to information, technology, educational opportunities, early literacy programs, recreational and cultural programming, and we are a welcoming place for all ages. Our main library and the 6 neighborhood branches support lifelong learning for all who enter our doors and access our volumes and services online. Last year's statistics show that we had 367,000 visitors to our locations. Of those, 41,000 hold library cards and over 30,000 attended a library-sponsored program. Our proposed budget reflects our commitment to maintaining these and other essential services while being responsible stewards of public funds. The 2026 funding requested will allow us to continue meeting the growing needs of our community by supporting facility maintenance, public programming, and the staff who make these services possible. As community needs continue to evolve, the library remains a cost-effective investment that benefits students, families, job seekers, seniors, entrepreneurs, and lifelong learners. Every dollar invested in the library helps strengthen education, economic opportunity, and the overall quality of life in our community. We appreciate your continued support and recognize the difficult decisions involved in balancing the overall budget. We are committed to operating efficiently, pursuing grant opportunities and partnerships, and ensuring that taxpayer dollars are used wisely and transparently. I thank you for meeting with us, and we are ready to take questions if you have any.
No questions?
I just want to say thank you.
Thank you.
For working with less.
You can go first, you can go first, then go.
I know, hello, how you ladies doing? I know we met with you all last year and we talked about the need that you guys had, that all of the council members at the time were very, supportive of. I think it was the $1 million or whatever it was, so that you guys can cover some of the things that your salaries and things of that nature. How are we doing with that regard? Or is the library able to fundraise or get, how are we doing with
Funds for grants.
with the support this time?
Thank you for that question, Councilman Kelly. I'm happy to report that for a long time, the library was behind in its independent audits. And as of the July meeting, we have completed audits all the way through 2024. And we expect that we will be caught up, meaning audits through 2025, by the end of the third quarter or the beginning of the fourth quarter. This will enable us to go out and seek additional funding from grants and funds and corporate foundations. And we are actually in the interview process for a dedicated resource that would write grants and manage grants for the library. So we look forward to actually turning up the steam and raising more money in that regard. We also have a full-time Assistant Director of Development, and you will see in our budget hearing response that she is actively creating a capital development plan and a fund development plan and a donor cultivation plan so that we can bring on the next generation of people who will support the North Public Library outside of the appropriation. It's important to note that the appropriation, and we are very grateful for the council's generous funding of 1.066 million, which allowed us to bring many salaries up to a better market rate. In some ways, in some positions, we pay our people above the market rate, with particular regard to our library assistants, who make about 15% more than the rest of the industry. And when I say the rest of the industry, I mean public libraries throughout the state of New Jersey. We have fully baked in those impacts to our 2026 budget. Right now, the city appropriation at 9.9 million plus provides 72% of our salary-related expense. I mean, our salary-related expense is 72% of our full appropriation. So again, we are very grateful for the generosity of the council. The bulk of the money goes to paying the library. You'll see in the response that we still have a number of vacancies, but we've been working tirelessly to fill those vacancies. And in fact, we have reduced our vacancy rate by about a third from this time last year. So we went from about 34 to 22. And that's a net number because, you know, you always have some churn in there and then you got to backfill and backfill.
Good.
So
Now,
yes.
and my last question, that's good too. That's good to know. With times changing and technology changing and libraries all across the country are updating systems and all of those type of things, are we able to do here in Newark at the Newark Library, are we able to do any upgrades or anything significant that will be attractive to library card membership holders and library card holders? Because I see you guys doing some different type of programming that I actually like, that's making people want to come to the library, even if it's for this thing. Once you get them in the building, they're there for that thing, which is, you know, what the libraries all across the country are for. You're utilizing the space well. But is there upgrades that you're doing that you can speak of that's in a budget that?
Yes, the city of Newark gave us a very generous 4.5 million capital bond ordinance several years ago. Out of that, we have used $500,000 and we have upgraded every single public-facing computer in every branch of our library. This was important because those computers were about 7 years old. And at the rate that technology changes, so many of them were just not useful. In addition, we are upgrading our servers so that we can continue to bring those online programs to the library. We provide online, we have our own YouTube channel. So even for people who cannot make it into our facilities, they can go online to the Newark Public Library's YouTube channel and you can see current and past programs. Wherever possible, we try to provide an online feature. If any of you have come to an event at the library, you'll notice that we are very thoughtful about ensuring that everyone can have a good, positive experience at the library. When you hear a speaker or a performer, if you look on the big screen, you'll be able to see the words that that person is saying. This is invaluable to seniors, people who have hearing loss, and just sometimes you just don't catch it, and you need a second way to get that information into you. So we're very committed to lifelong learning. Director Wiggins has also increased the budget for a program called A program that will increase the amount of online titles and music and movies.
The
And it's,
electronic resources.
yes, it's
databases
called,
you're talking about.
forget the name.
Hoopla.
Hoopla. So this is breaking edge technology that will allow members of the Newark Public Library cardholders that you don't even have to come into the branch and you can borrow up to 5,
I think at this point is 5.
yes,
That will
up,
change pretty soon, but at.
right, up to 5 titles from your home and you can be there 24/7. But without overstepping, I want to impress the importance of our facilities. The library is just about the only place in the city that's a safe space for everyone. You don't need ID to get in. No one's going to ask you your name. That doesn't come without its risks. We have a lot of people in the city of Newark, our community members, our neighbors who are struggling. And they struggle with mental health. They struggle with food insecurity and housing insecurity. And if you look in the budget response, you'll see that one of our provisional employees is a social worker. This is not a duplication of services, but what it is a resource where when people come into the library and they are struggling through something and they create a bad experience for others, we have a resource that is dedicated that can lead them toward resources that can help them out. It helps library staff not feel so threatened and be able to manage bad behaviors. It helps the people who are struggling. But most importantly, it shows that we are committed to all people in Newark at all times.
Councilman. He had his hand first.
I will yield my time.
Okay.
Oh,
So, go ahead.
all I wanted to say was that, I don't know, he just said what I was going to say about it being a safe space, because that's so important for people who are looking for jobs that do not have access to computers. So it helps those individuals. There's so many services that I don't even know whether individuals know that they can go there and do. The differently abled, I was there for the ribbon cutting for that space. Those who are deaf, the deaf community. Missing Tyson Halley so much because he was a major portion. I hope someone is taking on that responsibility of dealing with that population, because that's a very large population. And he was one of the greatest advocates you could have, Brother Haley, Pastor Haley. So I've seen the upgrades, and that is so important, especially downtown Newark. So thank you for the upgrades. Thank you for the ribbon cuttings, and thank you for working with Les to make Newark the best downtown Newark library or the other facilities that it could be. Thank you.
Any other questions? I just want to say thank you too. You know, the sala, the opening of the sala, which, guys, it was a long time coming.
Yes.
You know, there was a time that there was a signing of the book of a Supreme Court Justice, Sonia Sotomayor. When she came to the library, she said, what an impressive place for her to get a book signing at the Newark Library. She said, what a place. She said, this tops New York. And she's a New Yorker from the Bronx. And she said that. And she said, what a beautiful place. And that was a very nice event. The LGBT community, the event that was hosted there too. I mean, it's the museum is very diverse in everything it does. From celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month, African American Month, it has a lot to do. And I just want to say to your staff, and I miss Ingrid Betancourt, because she's my friend. And she spent all her life working at the Newark Library. But thank you for what you do for the children and for all of us. And, it's really, it's a jewel of the city. It's not an arena. It is beyond an arena. It is a place of knowledge and wisdom. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before we leave, I'd like to just remind everyone, we have the Springfield branch that's going to be reopening, hopefully at September.
Yes.
And thank you, Councilwoman Bay, for helping us with making things happen. And to the rest of you all that we've reached
What
out
day?
to.
Which one?
I'm sorry?
Which branch?
Springfield branch.
Springfield.
What day was that?
We don't have an exact date, but we're looking at sometime in September or early October.
Good.
Okay?
Very good. Thank you. Thank you for your work.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
Appreciate it. Huh? She was at the. Oh, well. Madam Clerk, how many pages? How many?
Two.
Two? All right.
Two, look.
Well, you know what? Your staff has to get some overtime. Right, Councilman, Council? Doesn't the staff deserve an overtime?
Yes.
And across. Listen, the people at the clerk's office, they work. And I really do mean it, like the rest of the employees of the city. But sometimes the clerks do not put a little extra for the staff in terms of previous clerks. We need to make sure that across the board, every employee is giving that, a compensation for what they deserve. Because this young lady right here, she is an institution.
The best.
Mr.
An
Bender,
institution.
that's
She
right.
knows protocol, every single
Yes.
protocol. And she's really
Yes.
good. But go ahead, you can start, but look.
Thank you, Council President, council
Yes,
members.
she is.
The Office of the City Clerk is established by state statute, and the current city charter has been in effect since July 1st, 1954. Our office supports the Open Public Meetings Act, Open Public Records Act, and everything in between. We serve the general public, all municipal departments and agencies, as well as this legislative body. The office administers the statutory requirements for municipal, primary, general, special, and runoff elections held in this city. We are the custodian of all records and the corporate secretary. We have 50 employees, including 3 spectacular summer student assistants, of which 6 are provisional employees. We continue to work with the Civil Service Commission to correct the work history of these employees as they were hired in most cases years ago. Our service by contract includes videotaping services, which was increased at today's council meeting due to an increase in events. This increase also impacts our overtime budget because we support all meetings and events. We also have contracts for election machinery and supplies. Our top priorities are as follows: implementing the legal notice publication page on the website, which was signed into state law last year, implementing closed caption for the display of text on television or video screens, which is also aligned with state statute. Finally, we intend to address additional ADA or American with Disabilities Act concerns. Thanks to a very enlightening and informative discussion with Mr. Lucius Jones, we realized that well-intended gestures to assist constituents did not go far enough. As so eloquently stated by Mr. Jones, thank you for suggesting that I can submit my comments and concerns in writings, but I still have a right to participate in person. He's absolutely right, and we will and intend to do better. Thank you, and I wish any comments, questions, concerns I can address.
Councilman Crump.
Thank you, Council President. Good evening.
Good evening.
I didn't hear anything from y'all.
Good night.
So, a couple questions. I know you mentioned overtime. I'm sure we are the majority of what makes up that overtime from all that we do.
Yes.
But I guess my question is two things. The total budget, or the budget for the clerk's office, the budget for the municipal council's office, if we can get that information, as well as overtime, like we did for the other
Break it down.
departments. Get that information. I think that's all I had.
Okay.
Councilman.
Yes, thank you. We went through this entire process and watched how, many folks have gotten raises and fought for staff members to do specific things. And a little disheartened because the municipal council staff goes above and beyond, and they have not been appropriately taken care of. And while we're in this budget period, I would ascertain that that needs to be looked at very seriously as we move along. If we are able to adhere and monitor and watch numbers roll by over individuals who more or likely may be out doing the jobs that they intend to do or supposed to be doing, then we would be foolish not to think that the individuals that work for us 24 hours, 7 days a week, do not deserve the same kind of latitude and compensation that other individuals have. It would be unfair, would be unjust, to say the least. And I think it is stringent upon the clerk office and whatever conversations need to be had to be held to ensure that those individuals that are working tiresomely to make sure that the work that each and every person does up here, every resident complaint, every resident resolve, outreach, concern, and care is taken care of in the same manner that is respected on other levels. And so as councilman, I'm asking and requesting that the staff of these council colleagues look to get the same kind of adjustments that was made in other areas so that they can be able to live as well.
Yes, sir.
I agree with that. Councilman Bay and then
Council as a whole.
Yeah, well, let me just say this too, about the aides. The aides, going back, piggyback on what you're saying, the aides, these individuals use their car. These individuals get their gas. I mean, they spend gas. And these individuals are just, they're out there. They're the eyes and ears too of the city. And, I agree with you, and I respect what you said to us tonight. But it was fair is fair. So, Councilwoman Bay, I'm sorry to interrupt.
No. Thank you, Council President. So, even though I worked for the city before, I didn't realize until I was elected how much goes through the city clerk's office and how much you do. You become almost like a catch-all for everything. People treat you like Google, ask you every question, and I know that I've been guilty of that. And I understand that, and we understand that, because again, echoing my colleagues, people treat us like that too, and treat our staff like that. And we just reviewed millions of dollars of overtime budget of which they get done. And again, it's 7 days a week, it's no days off, it's holidays, it's weekends, it's nights. We're here now, it's 9 o'clock at night, they're here with us. And so if we can find a way to make sure that the compensation that is going across the board to other people that are also extended to our team members, our staff members, because they're just as worthy and they work just as hard.
Councilman Kelly and then Councilman Cobb, and then
Me.
Real quick question. With the videotaping contract that you guys have, is that associated with the same company that is doing it for communications, or the interfaith?
It's interfaith.
So it's interfaith is the same company as Interfaith. So they do you and the other, which we've had so many hearings. If it's videotaping, what is Councilwoman, help me out. Interfaith, what are they videotaping?
Interfaith. ITV.
Well, what were they doing? There was another hearing. So they do whatever that budget hearing was, and you as well, or is that the same?
I'm not sure that I.
Communications, was it communication?
Ed
It
Colonia?
is two, there's two different contracts.
Channel 78 is Ed
It's two-
Cologne and the Tidwell
So they,
are
oh, that's the Tidwell.
ITV.
separate.
Yes.
So they do
It's
videotaping
separate.
for you, which is separate from the one they do for communications.
Yes.
Yes.
Mhm.
Oh, they balling. Okay. Cool. All right. Thank you.
Welcome.
Councilman.
So I just wanted to, and I wanted to say this earlier and I forgot. I just want to thank the clerk's office and our staff for all that you do. I think it's really important that we recognize, you know, we get beat up because we got elected. So that's what we take. Everybody didn't get elected, but you get beat up sometimes almost as much as we do. But in spite of it all, it's always been very professional. It's always been done with integrity. It's always been done with the interest of the people at the end of the day at heart. And I think that's important that we recognize that. And we have an opportunity to do that today. And I wanted to make sure I did that. And from me, thank you for all that you do and continue to do. Because I know I call y'all. I know, Madam Clerk, I was texting you when you were in Bermuda or wherever you were. But I appreciate it, and everybody's. I really truly appreciate the professionalism of it all. You know, because it's not easy, and it's not always seen, and it's not always appreciated. But I really just wanted to make sure I said that here today because it's so important that we have a clerk's office that we do that is really, really about the business of the city and about helping the residents and about making sure that our city, especially the council members, because I'm gonna tell you, I'll say this, my mom said this one time, she got 9 type A personalities up here. It ain't easy to work with all of us. I'm sure there's some days, but you all do it so well. And now you got her here, Councilman Jackson, God bless you. No, I was joking. No, but in all seriousness, I just think it's important that we share that we respect you all because we talked about some of the other directors here and we appreciate them. But I just wanted to make sure y'all take care of us too, and that's what's most important. That you all are professional and do such a wonderful job. And I don't even know what we would do without you all, to be honest.
That's right.
I mean, if you all would disappear tomorrow, we'd be flailing. And so I appreciate it, and I just wanted to say that.
Councilman Crump, I love that we have raised one of our own from within too.
That's right.
Because that's what our clerk is. You know what I mean? So I'm just echoing exactly what everybody's saying.
So I used to always say that we all have our different skill sets, like some lawyers, and that council and Amina with the money and the economic, and Donna Jackson is a spokesperson for the world right now, councilwoman, but and Councilman Kelly, Councilman Katana in the States. But we are blessed here in the city of Newark to have not just a legal mind, because she's not just a clerk. She's a legal mind. She served as the BA, the person that, this is a woman that you said has come up through the ranks. And I think that a lot of people in leadership don't fight to keep folk all the time. BA was not anxious for you to leave the second floor.
That's right.
But he's still over there saying, nope. But you always say you work for us. But the truth of the matter is we're blessed to have you and work with you and work for you as well. Because you and Dorinda, let me get this name right, make sure that things are on point. If your staff is not doing what they need to do for us, all we have to do is make a quick phone call. You're not stuck on titles. You're not stuck on, what your position is and who you are. And I was around for the Marascos, not working internally. I was around for the Ken Lewises. But I thank God that there's a woman of integrity that is working in our office of the clerk. I'm not going to leave you out, Brother Negron, but this is about the sister right now. But God bless you and congratulate you as well, because so goes she, so goes you. So thank you again for your leadership and all that you do to make us look good. And that's a great thing because that's what you do. And back to the raises.
Yep.
Those
Oh,
people,
Madam.
those
No
people that
I
work-
in clerk.
No, there's a T.
Yeah.
By the way, I have been the honor to serve with three clerks.
Who's that?
And, in 3 decades, I've served with three city clerks.
Just name them.
But in terms of Madam Clerk Keisha Daniels, she's accessible and she'll call you right. Some of the others I would have to call for days, try to get to, but I was okay. Then back then it was beepers too. I try to get them on the beeper. But again, your staff and the devoted staff you have and how you treat your staff, the observation of how you treat your staff says a lot about your office and about the people you have in your office who are there to work. Running, the election process, that's a job that is not rewarding because everybody comes in, hey, you got my petitions, you didn't do it, it was your fault. Listen, you have a great staff and moving forward, the BA is not missing you because you're ours, not the big business administrator or the administration. Thank you so much for your service.
Thank you,
night.
Council
Thank you for
President.
coming out. Good night.
Councilmember.
God bless.
Council President, I just wanted real quickly, this came across our desk and I wanted to make sure for the viewers who are watching and the folks that are here, especially early, they had some concern about the budget, but I do want to thank the administration because they're going to take budget presentations on the road. Ward community budget meetings will start August 26th in the Central Ward at Abyssinian Baptist Church, 224 West Kenny Street. Then on August 31st, we'll be in the East Ward at the Portuguese Sport Club, 55 Prospect Street, Newark, New Jersey. On September 2nd, 2026, it will be in the West Ward at Great Oaks Legacy Charter School, Fairmount Heights Middle School, 240 14th Avenue, Newark, New Jersey. And on September 3rd, it will be in the South Ward at Newark Church of Christ, 733 Clinton Avenue, Newark, New Jersey. And in the North Ward on September 10th, save the date. They're looking for the location. All times will be from
Location is
6
Temple Rock,
Temple Rock,
860 Broadway, Newark, New
360
Jersey.
Broadway. All times are 6 to 8 p.m. And it is on behalf of City of Newark, Mayor Raz Baraka, Newark People's Assembly. I know Business Administration and their budget team will be out. So just encouraging all community folks to come out, participate, and be a part to hear word on this budget. Thank you.
Motion to.
In the words of Russell Simmons, good night and God bless.
He was like, I know he left. Tomorrow.